Welcome. Good morning to you all. I'm Dave Satterfield, the director of the Baker Institute. I'm delighted to welcome you all to the Baker Institute Energy Summit. This will be the 7th annual such event. I know it's a very robust schedule, so I will try to keep my welcoming remarks as brief as possible. The focus of this year's conference is going to be on the evolving energy paradigm in the areas particularly of multiple energy sources, regional perspectives, energy security, and financial and commercial market viability. I want to thank at the outset, on behalf of the Institute, those who made this event possible. Baker Botts, Danny, thank you. All of the speakers who you will be hearing today and tomorrow, and will be ending the event with Secretary Baker and I having an armchair conversation on the world and its impact on all of the topics you'll be discussing in these 2 days. None of this would be possible, and I have to say this at every event we have here, without the support of all of those who give generously to the Baker Institute. It is your continuing support, whether as members of roundtables, fora, multiple use gifts, research grants, you make possible the extraordinary work that we do. And I think all of you in this room know or should know that the reputation of the Center for Energy Studies is beyond extremely high. It is regarded as the premier such policy institute center in the world, not just in the United States. And that is a tribute to the work that Ken Medlock has done, he and his colleagues, but it's also a tribute to all of you who have given support to what we do. Our work is nonpartisan, it is rigorously fact-based, it is unbiased, and the analysis and the recommendations that we produce based on those analyses have the value that they do because we are understood to be independent and factual. And in conversation just yesterday evening with Secretary of State Blinken, Tony reflected on the value that this institute provides because of the character that the work it does. We're unique, and that's recognized around the world. I'd like to make, before I leave the podium, one announcement. We received yesterday confirmation from the Department of State, we didn't have time to make the announcement from the stage last night, that the State Department will be assigning, detailing, an officer of appropriate rank and experience to the Institute for a full year in order to work with the Center for Energy Studies. Now, this is quite exceptional. The department rarely funds such details anywhere for any purpose. It is a tribute to the work that CES and the Institute do that this program is being started, and we hope very much that it continues beyond this first year. That's in addition to the already existing rotation every year of State Department energy-focused officers through the Institute, through the Houston community, in order that they have exposure to the energy sector in all its dimensions before they go on to energy-related assignments either within the Department of State or overseas at embassies. So again, a very signal recognition of the work being done here, and in particular the work of the Center for Energy Studies. And with those welcoming remarks, Ken, over to you for the program. I hope this is of value and enjoyable to all of you. Many thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm Danny David. I'm the managing partner at Baker Botts. There are folks in this very room, however, who still remember me as the new law school graduate studying for the bar in the conference room over there, 114. Still the best corner office that I've ever had. We are at Baker Botts very proud to be the premier law firm partner of the Baker Institute Center for Energy Studies, and we appreciate the opportunity to jointly develop the curriculum for this innovative conference. The relationship between Baker Botts, Rice University, and the Baker Institute go back to the very founding of each organization. As many of you know, it was Secretary Baker's great-grandfather who helped found our law firm and guide it toward its modern-day success. And it was his grandfather, Captain Baker, who represented William Marsh Rice and helped ensure that Mr. Rice's estate would go toward the establishment of what was then Rice Institute. And in 1993, we at Baker Botts were very fortunate to have Secretary Baker join us as a senior partner. But the bond between and among our organizations is not only in our shared DNA, it is also in what we do day in and day out. Consider that many of our lawyers are Rice alums, and I have it on good authority that many of our retired partners are students at the Glasgow School of Continuing Studies. Rice University is our oldest client, is still our client, and we actively support the Baker Institute, as do so many of our newer clients. But the piece that seems most relevant to me today is this. Just like the Baker Institute endeavors to bridge the world of ideas and the world of action, so too do the lawyers at Baker Botts. And like the policymakers and academics and business leaders that are home at the Baker Institute, we like to think of ourselves as also driven by purpose and mission. As with the experts here, so many of our lawyers are dedicated to helping solve the existential issue of our time, which is how do we move from a carbon-heavy economy to a carbon-light or even a carbon-neutral footprint? And there is no larger question than that we confront today. And by today, I mean this morning, now, because this year's conference addresses the evolving energy mix and the challenges and opportunities for companies and countries worldwide as they work to manage the energy transition. We continue to find ourselves in a period of unprecedented change in the global energy sector. As the leading international energy law firm, Baker Botts is itself involved with these momentous changes, bringing the future into the present with all deliberate speed. Our preeminent energy and technology practices are fully engaged in the convergence of technology, efforts to reduce the carbon intensity of the energy supply chain, and the electrification of energy consumption. And we are actively working hand in hand with our clients, including many in attendance, to manage risk and to capitalize on the rapidly changing environment. We thank you for the opportunity to engage with these important issues. At Baker Botts, we embrace an all-in approach that serves clients across the entire energy spectrum in a broad range of subsectors that includes power and renewables, LNG, oil and gas. Our market-leading expertise includes areas like wind and solar, battery storage, power generation, retail power, lower carbon fuels, biofuels, green and blue hydrogen, carbon offsets and trading, LNG, carbon capture, utilization and storage, energy technology of all shapes and sizes. And we're going to continue to be there in every step of the way to provide our clients with a multidisciplinary, full-service approach to serving their needs, which I think is the ethos of the Baker Institute as well. So we're very proud of our history in the energy arena. We're very proud of our Baker Institute collaboration on this program now in its 7th year. I'd like to thank 3 Baker Botts partners who served as this year's program co-chairs. Louis Larison, a litigation partner and co-chair of our energy litigation practice. Julie Mayo, a partner in our global projects department, and Clint Rancher, a partner in our corporate department. We have an impressive lineup of speakers and panelists for the summit. Today, Eric Vernis, SVP and Chief Economist at Equinor, will provide the keynote address on the global energy outlook. Thank you very much, Eric. We will then have a fireside chat regarding the European energy perspective, which will be moderated by Dr. Medlock. Thank you, Ken. And then Julie Mayo will moderate a panel called Achieving Energy Security and Sustainability. The list of industry-leading thought leaders speaking throughout this 2-day event is impressive to me. We are delighted to be co-hosting this event with the Baker Institute. We look forward to many more. And thank you. Enjoy the conference. And Ken, back to you.
So before I hand over the stage to Eric to make his opening keynote, just want to make a couple of logistical announcements. So first, The restrooms, if you're looking for them, the men's is on this side behind me, the women's is on this side behind me. There will be lunch at 12:15 in the tent outside, which most of you probably saw when you came through. I was also told there is going to be an emergency alert that's going to be broadcast on everybody's phone at around 2 o'clock today. So when that happens, just be sure you mute it. We'll be right in between sessions. Might wake everybody up after lunch, who knows. But just be aware that that might be happening. It's not a Rice thing, it's actually a national thing. There are no fire drills planned for today, so if you do hear an alarm other than your phone going off at 2 o'clock today, the muster points are actually either out the two back doors behind me in the street or through the front door where you came in near the fountain. So just be aware of that. Really proud to be involved in planning this event for the 7th year. It's always an adventure, and it's always amazing to see the lineup that we're able to pull together to address energy from so many different perspectives. And that's really the point, is we want to bring a lot of different views on the current state of energy as well as the potential future state of energy to the stage so they can all be heard. Because quite frankly, you view the world from where you sit, and everybody's view is a little bit different. So understanding those differences is really critical to understanding how you navigate those differences and ultimately drive, hopefully, an efficient solution to some of the world's most pressing issues. And I am honored to be able to welcome Eric Vernes to the stage. He is no stranger to the Baker Institute. He's been here a few times, actually spoke at this exact summit a couple of years ago. He's going to present Equinor's energy perspectives, which he has a very strong hand in helping to develop. I believe there's 2 scenarios you'll talk about today. He is the Senior Vice President, Chief Economist, and Head of Global External Analysis at Equinor. His group is responsible, and I think you're going to hear all of this come out in his remarks, for analysis of macroeconomics, energy markets, geopolitics, competitive intelligence, policy, and regulation. So that's a mouthful. That means he's got a lot on his plate, and I look forward to hearing his remarks. Eric, the stage is yours.
Thanks for the introduction and the invitation. It's great to be back. Good morning, everyone. And I'm going to talk about energy perspectives, where we speculate about energy markets out to 2050. We've been doing this now for 13 years, actually longer, but that's when we dared to go public with it. What I'm going to talk about here is a piece of independent work done by my team. There are some present in the room as well. In Equinor. It's independent from Equinor's strategy. My CEO, my boss, has not read a word in it until it's published. But of course, our perspective on the world depends on where we sit, so we cannot hide away from the fact that this is done by people that work in the energy business, and that might, of course, color some of the conclusions. I mean, the good thing about being independent is, of course, that we can then write and talk about what we want. But seen from a corporate management's point of view, they are also then free to listen to everybody else and when they make their decisions. So that's the balance we have. When we think about where the energy world might be going, the starting point is that we're in a very volatile and uncertain world in many dimensions. And of course, that was made very clear for all of us last year in particular. The geopolitical situation is not conducive to finding good collective solutions to collective problems. With a massive war in Europe, very close to us in Western Europe as well, I did the calculation that I think this is relative to Oslo, this is as if the war was going on in Miami, relative to the distance from Houston. The relationship between the United States and China is worse than it has been for a long period, and it's affecting all other types of bilateral relationships between the large powers as well. So we're living in a period of lack of trust, which makes all kinds of changes for the collective improvement of the world more difficult to do. On the economic side, we experienced supply cost increases, inflation after the demand came back after COVID, supply chain bottlenecks, everything is becoming more expensive, also in the renewables energy space. Central banks are trying to fight inflation by increasing interest rates. That also affects the willingness to finance different kinds of investments, and it reduces economic growth and leads to unemployment, and that's where we are at the moment. On the societal dimension, increasing numbers of governments are finding it difficult to have their voters re-elect them. A lack of trust there as well. We're in a world where we used to be in what we called NIMBY, which makes it difficult to put a wind turbine or any kind of installation in anybody's garden, not in my backyard. But we're moving increasingly now to what we call a world of banana, build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything or anyone, where we're also concerned about other people's backyards. And that means that in an energy transition that we're talking about here, if we're going to deliver on that one, we need massive investments. And they have to be somewhere. They have to be placed somewhere. And that's a difficult thing to get done. So that's one of the aspects of lack of societal acceptance, if you think, for the changes that we're facing. And then finally, of course, a lot of focus on need to do something about the weather events, the climate-related weather events, whether it's drought or flooding. How do we handle that? What do we do to make it less likely that those things happen? How do we put people in a position where they can handle those types of challenges when they come? Fortunately, economic growth has been massive in some of the emerging economies over the last decades, meaning that they're also much better able to handle those types of events, such as the flood in Pakistan last year, as an example. But of course, this is a very intense and constant reminder about what we're facing unless we reduce CO2 emissions gradually. Fortunately, there is significant progress on parts of the energy transition, both on the technology side and also on the policy side. In particular, on the technology side, what we see is a massive growth in renewable electricity deployment, new gigawatts coming out. The chart that you see here is not completely updated. The 2023 figure, in particular for solar, will be relatively much higher when we come to the end of the year than what IEA thought when they made this in the spring. It seems that the solar panel industry, to some extent, has come through some of the cost increases that we experienced just after COVID, while wind has not. So we still see cost challenges there, which will affect the progress. On the policy side, over the last year, the most significant change, of course, is what you've done here, IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a massive signal that the United States is now also going to be part of the discussion on what to do and how to deliver on the need to decarbonize the economy. The EU is following that up with their new Green Industrial Deal, the Green Industrial Plan, to follow up as much as possible. So on the policy side, things are also moving in the right direction. Unfortunately, this is not enough to reach climate targets. Much more has to be done, and I'll come back to that, but at least we're moving in the right direction. And how fast the IRA will have a significant impact, of course, depends on actions by a lot of players, a lot of industries. It depends on permitting in not only at federal level, but also at state and county level. It depends on the ability to find that North American produced steel that the IRA requires, et cetera, et cetera. So the jury is still out. What we're also seeing is that the energy trillemma is playing out and affected by events. It was made very, very clear last year in Europe, and it still is, that the sustainable energy policy cannot only focus on one of the dimensions in this trilemma. We have to balance between affordability in terms of energy, security of supply, reliability of energy, and the need to decarbonize. And a sustainable energy policy will have to find its way roughly in the middle of that balance, and that has shifted some of the policies and some of the discussions that we see across the northwestern part of Europe, at least. And balancing these different concerns has always been there. If you look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals, where we have to address not only Sustainable Goal number 13, but also the goal of no poverty, the goal of affordable and clean energy, and also the goal of reduced inequalities as examples. And that is really difficult. As an ethical example, an example of the ethics of this, when Europe last year bought all the free LNG in the world, to protect not only its energy system, but also the poorest energy consumers in Europe for the massive increases in prices that would follow from the lack of gas. What they did was they pulled LNG that out of North America and out of Qatar that would otherwise have gone to Asia, to countries like Bangladesh, Vietnam, Thailand, etc. Countries that could not afford to pay the LNG prices that Europe could, and which are much poorer, and where they had to revert to coal, and CO2 emissions went up. So it's one of the aspects of the inequality of the transition as well when it happens. So on that, that's what we in our energy perspectives now use as an example of an ultimate and almost impossible dilemma. How to reduce income differences or inequalities while at the same time reducing global emissions. And why is that so difficult? Well, if you look at the left chart there, that illustrates the per capita GDP differences in income between different regions of the world. If we did it by country, the differences would be much larger. But on average, North America and Europe are about 25 times richer, if you like, than India and the average of Africa. And on a country-by-country basis, much larger differences. Part of the transition here, part of addressing sustainable development goals like 10, or no poverty, number 1, would entail financing mechanisms, transfers of purchasing power or income from the rich parts of the world to the poor parts of the world. Also giving away free technology if we have it and they don't have it in the emerging economies. If we do that, energy demand goes down in the industrialized countries. But at the same time, it goes up in the emerging world. And look at the right chart, since the energy efficiency is so much lower in the emerging economies than in the industrialized world, energy demand per dollar would increase 3 times as much in some of these emerging economies than it goes down in the industrialized world. And in a world where we're, for the next 10, 15 years, no matter how much we do, we will be completely dominated by fossil fuels. That transition alone increases CO2 emissions. And how do we do that? And if you look at the suite of 1.5 degree consistent scenarios in IPCC's reports, and there's a lot of them, none of them do a lot to reduce income inequalities while addressing the need for carbon reduction. So what do we think will happen in the next years? This is the short-term outlook to 2026. We don't have scenarios here. We are, as I said, we're in the situation where the economic situation being as it is, the geopolitical situation being as it is. We probably would have updated this a little bit more compared to what we did in the spring, but not much. In the middle there you see GDP growth in different regions, relatively moderate growth in the global economy. As a consequence of that, and where we are, oil and gas demand will continue to grow. If you look in the left chart, we were probably slightly too optimistic, if you like, on coal demand flattening out and coming down. It looks as coal demand this year would probably be roughly at the same level as it was last year. Electricity as a source of final energy use is growing rapidly, which is one of the factors that is driving oil and gas demand, by the way. As a consequence of all that, look to the right, we think that the global CO2 emissions over the next years from the energy sector will remain relatively flat, driven by the flattening we expected in China. We might probably see a slight increase compared to what we thought there. And where the growth in the emissions in the emerging economies is exactly balancing the reduction in the emissions in the industrialized part of the world. That's what we thought and think over the next couple of years. We do not foresee a massive reduction in CO2 emissions over the next 2, 3, 4 years. We're lucky if CO2 emissions remain flat. But then looking forward, can we foresee scenarios, different types of developments? Yes, we can. And we made 2, as Ken said. One scenario we call walls. It's named after the situation we're in, where we don't have a high level of trust. We protect ourselves against things, people, countries that we don't like. We introduce sanctions. We do not trade freely with technology with everybody. That's a world of walls. And we actually build physical walls somewhere as well. There was one recently built here nearby. And we build walls in the Middle East as well. That type of scenario still has a lot of positive developments in terms of energy and climate policy, in terms of technology development, We build here on the market trends that we see. We assume that IRA will have effect. We assume that the European energy and climate policy will impact, et cetera, et cetera. It's a much greener scenario than our forecast just 4, 5, 6 years ago. I'll come back to that. But Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the geopolitical situation, and other factors entail that we will not be able to reach the solutions needed for moving the world even faster in the energy transition. This is a forecast. Then we have another scenario, which we call bridges. They're open-ended. They lead us to places where we couldn't have gone otherwise. There are tools for communication. That's why we call this scenario bridges. It's absolutely necessary with that type of world to be able to reach the 1.5 degree target in terms of carbon emissions. This is not a forecast. This is a backcast. It's a normative backcast where we ask, what does it take to bring the world towards net zero and 1.5 degree warming? That road just illustrates how much more we need to do compared to all the big changes that are taking place in walls. It is not a walk in the park. The global economy in both scenarios continues to grow, fastest in walls in the beginning, look at to the left, and then faster gradually in bridges, both because walls then will be facing some climate costs that are higher than in walls, but also because in the start, bridges will entail a lot of costs, in particular in the industrialized world, in terms of the speed of transition. By coincidence, GDP levels in the world are roughly the same by 2050, almost twice as large as today, driven by 2 billion more people. We have maybe 3 billion more middle-class consumers. So the per capita growth in income is roughly 50% in both scenarios. We think the world can run that economy with only a tiny increase in total primary energy demand, if you look in the middle, in walls, with a massive change in the energy composition. Look at how that differs from where fossil fuels go down. New renewables is the big growth, but there's also an increase in what is called other here, which is roughly a 40-50% increase in nuclear, as an example, and also some increase in hydroelectricity. In the case of bridges, if we're going to go to the 1.5 degree world, we'll have to reduce total primary energy demand by 25%. We'll have to be able to run the global economy twice as big as today, almost, and use 25% less primary energy. One of the reasons why we think that is possible is, of course, we go to renewables, we go to electricity, which are much more efficient sources of primary energy than the alternative. And then you can see how the world is changing. In terms of much larger economy, we don't increase the size of the energy pie. Massive change in both cases. Global emissions. This is the annual energy-related CO2 emissions to the left, both scenarios. In the walls case, we think we will be able to reduce global emissions by 1/3 by that shift in the energy mix that I showed you, from some 33 billion tons down to a little bit above 20. That would, if we expand that line and we extrapolate that out to 2100, and you can see that as long as emissions are positive, the accumulated emissions continue to grow. And we pass through the line of 1.5 degree budget already in 2032. That's when we should expect global warming to have reached 1.5 degrees. And it continues to rise. But if we extrapolate that line out to 2100, that wall scenario is consistent with a global warming of around 2.2 degrees, which is much better than we thought some years back. It's better than what the UN thinks is the base case now at 2.5, and it's slightly better than what IEA just announced in terms of being at 2.4 degrees. Look at bridges. That's what we have to do in order to stay within that 450 gigaton budget that we have to 2050. We have to go net negative by 2045, taking more CO2 out of the atmosphere than we put in, if we're going to stay there. The annual decline in CO2 emissions in bridges from now to, or from 2026 and onwards, is higher than what happened in 2020. Anybody remember 2020? It's the year we will never forget, but it's also the year where we can't remember anything from, because nothing happened. We stayed at home, we didn't drive. We used 20 million barrels per day less oil in April 2020 than we did in 2019. We crashed the global economy. That's not a way of a sustainable energy transition. So we have to do the same in emission reductions, but in a very different way in order to get down there. At the end there, we have 6 billion tons of total carbon removal, carbon capture and storage, bioenergy with CCS, natural carbon sinks. We have some direct air capture, 6 billion tons in 2050. We are building the first commercial CO2 storage where people can buy storage place in Norway now, which is called Northern Lights. It's a 5 million ton facility when it's done, and it's not done yet. It'll take some years. That's 5 million tons. So we need 1,200 of those to get to 2050 and 6 billion tons of equivalent types of projects. There's 1,300 some weeks left to 2050, so we have to build one of those almost every week. So we better get going. This is what it looks like in the two richest parts of the world, in Europe and North America. Look at the left. I mean, we think that Europe will reduce its CO2 emissions from the energy sector by some 70% to 2050 in the world's case. And then, of course, do the rest in the bridges case. But it illustrates that the changes, the difference between walls and bridges is not particularly, or is not only, and even not mostly in the industrialized world. It's the difference in the rest of the world, where the energy demand we have to allow that to increase. But we have to do that without the emissions in the bridges case, and that is what is really difficult. In North America, emissions will go down by roughly 50%, we think. So the difference between these regions is also extremely important to keep in mind. Okay, in order to get to these two worlds, electrification is the key enabler. In the bridges case, the world will be roughly 50% electric, so 50% of our final energy consumption will be electricity. Some of the other forecasters that do this, I think we're going to get even higher. What I say then is that the rest of the world then looks like Norway. We are currently 50% electrified, but it's a tiny country, it doesn't matter. We're also 100% renewable, by the way, by hydroelectricity. So but we still have 50% of our energy use not being electricity. And you can see that all the growth in electricity here comes from new renewables, so wind and solar. As I said, 40 to 50% more nuclear by 2050, which is a massive challenge in and by itself when you think of how much of the old nuclear that has to be phased out and then build another 50% increase. There will be some more hydro. And the key is wind and solar capacity growth. All that requires a massive expansion of critical minerals, rare earth elements. We looked at that specifically this year for what that transition only in wind and solar means for the demand for some of the rare earth minerals. One of the issues in the energy system, the geopolitical conflict, the current supply chains of many of these minerals are much more dominated by one player than oil and gas has ever been, by China. That's an example. We need to find, process, and refine these minerals many other places because China cannot be expected to do it alone, even if we wanted them to, because we have to maybe increase the output of this industry 5 to 10 times. It's a 5 to 10-fold increase over the next 15 years for some of these minerals. We're facing water shortage, we're facing child labor and human rights issues, we're facing ownership rights, we're facing banana and not in my backyard type of concerns, long value chains, long supply chains, massive manufacturing capacity that has to happen with speed. And this whole industry, by the way, is currently running on fossil fuels. And the density of some of these minerals, of what with the mass we take out of some of the mines or the places we do, is maybe 1%. So we have 99% waste that we also have to handle, bring back, or whatever. So it's a new, big, growing, challenging industries, but also contains a lot of opportunities if we are to be able to do that electrification. So what does the energy system look like by 2050? To the left, you have already seen the electricity generation. Look at road transport in the middle. Completely dominated by oil today, will be more electric, and will have to be almost completely electric if we are in a 1.5-degree world. If we do that, combine that with behavioral changes, we don't have the car density in the middle income countries in 2050 that we have today. So we have much lower car densities, so we have more reliance on public transportation systems than what we see in middle income countries today. We think What we have to do is to operate that road transport sector, that includes trucking, by the way, everything that moves on the roads, at 40% of the energy use we use today. It's probably the most difficult assumption in that bridges scenario of them all. And when I drove in from the airport yesterday, and I was thinking about is that possible here in Houston to think about that? But it's not only here. So, and it's all electric, and you can see that we have a little bit of hydrogen there at the top as well, operating some of the trucks, which we also have a little bit of hydrogen in the electricity sector as well. One reason why non-road transportation then does not decline as much is, of course, that we move more transport work from road to non-road. And there we have the red part grows, that's the electricity, where all things on rail will have to run on electricity, and it will grow, whether it's the public transportation systems or it's railroads or it's goods transport on rail. The light green grows in both scenarios. That's hydrogen used as ammonia or methanol in shipping. We think that is necessary, and that's where it's going to come from. The dark green grows, that's the biofuels used for sustainable aviation fuel, et cetera, et cetera. So that's how that sector will have to change. In the world's case, it doesn't change as much. And there we actually use much more energy by 2050 in that sector than we do today. Okay, what else? Manufacturing demand, industrial demand in IEA speak. That is a relatively efficient sector already, not that dominated by fossil fuels, but it is still. Cement and steel are using a lot of fossil fuels, of course. Will be more electric, more efficient, and in the case of bridges, also use hydrogen as a source to replace some of the coal. The remaining use of coal and gas in that sector will have to be equipped to a large extent with carbon capture and storage. Buildings demand. We'll have 2 billion more people. We might have to build 1 billion more homes. Energy efficiency in buildings is always the most difficult thing. We know it's easy, we know it makes sense, and it never happens. And when we make it happen, we take out the inefficiency gains in comfort factors. The heat pumps that have been placed out in Europe over the last decade have mainly resulted in temperatures inside the homes being 1 centigrade higher in the winter and a couple of grades lower in the summer. We even use our heat pumps in Norway now for air conditioning in the summer at 60 degrees north. Can you imagine? We never thought about that before. But it will be more electric. We will have to realize those efficiency gains. We'll also have buildings here built for workplaces for people, the 2 billion new people as well. So we will run we'll have to run that sector much more efficiently as well than today. And then finally, the final source of energy demand is oil and gas and coal used as feedstock in petrochemical industry. That will grow. It does not grow as fast as the economy grows because we will also have much more plastic handling. We will have recycling, focus on plastic waste. But the underlying demand for consumption goods, we do not think will disappear. And at the end there, 80% of the remaining oil demand is that type of demand. 20 out of the 25 million barrels we have in the bridges case goes into the petrochemical industry. To produce the chairs you're sitting on, or the chairs that we build then, there's 6 liters of oil in an iPhone, cosmetics, glasses, cars, everything that we know is made of this fantastic, flexible hydrocarbon molecule that we now also have seen over the news in the last weeks that the Lego, who tried to make it out of something else, find that extremely difficult and basically have given up. And the carbon is contained there, so as long as we decarbonize the manufacturing sector to the left, we don't emit that carbon, and then of course we have to handle the waste. Oil and gas demand. This is a really bad forecast from a chief economist in an oil company. My boss don't like it when I say that oil demand can either be 80 million barrels or 25. That's a really bad forecast, but that's what it is, the difference in these two scenarios. And on the gas side, the same difference. We see that when oil demand peaks, in the world's case around 2029, it will gradually decline, but it has to decline much, much faster in the bridges case. But even if it does, there's a light green area there that indicates the need for new oil to keep pace with demand, also in the bridges case, compared to a situation where we just stopped investing now. Because the reservoir pressure falls, so existing supply of oil and gas will fall gradually by maybe 4, 5, 6% per year if we stopped investing completely. So we have to invest in something new, not necessarily a lot of exploration, but we have to put in place installations on the already discovered resources somewhere to keep pace with that. And that light green area to the left there, if you take it over the whole period, is about 8 million barrels per day of new oil that need investments to come to the market. If you do it over the relevant period out to 2040, where the lines coincide, we're talking about a new Saudi Arabia every year. And Norway is one of the world's largest exporters of gas. We produce about 120 billion cubic meters. I don't know how many cubic feet that is. But that green area out there is equal to 7 times the Norwegian exports every year in terms of new gas to satisfy the markets, even in a bridges case. So to summarize, the difference between these two scenarios is not the difference between a business as usual scenario and a 1.5 degree scenario. The difference between these two is the difference between a massive change of pace and acceleration in the energy transition, that's walls, and a revolution, which is bridges. And you can look at the data in the black column relative to the gray one. You can see that compared over the last 30 years compared to the next 30 years, we're taking away the growth in primary energy demand. We're doubling the realized energy efficiency improvement, if you like, the energy intensity decline, almost doubling it. The fossil fuel demand will go down. It has grown significantly over the last 30 years, mainly because of the development in Asia. And of course, we're going to put out much, much more solar and wind. And then you can look at what does bridges require in addition. It's just much more of the same. Massive growth in energy intensity. So energy demand goes down while the economy continues to grow. That has never happened over a long period. And we take away all the growth in fossil fuel demand over the last 30 years, plus take away the same amount of once more. So significant reduction. We will use less fossil fuels in 2050 in the bridges scenario than we did in 1990, much less. That has also never happened. So this, if we're going to realize this world, there's a lot of challenges ahead, both in the walls and in the bridges case. But if we're going to go all the way to the 1.5 degree scenario, we have to follow the advice of somebody who said something 300-400 years ago. Have to build more bridges and less walls. Thank you.
So you might have noticed when you sat down there are cards in your seats. If you have a question, please write it down on the card and just pass it over. I'll have somebody bring them up to me and sort through them to ask. As that's happening, Eric, I have a question for you. You laid out some 2 scenarios, which admittedly are scenarios. They're not necessarily forecasts. But when you think about achieving even the walls outcome, what do you see as the biggest obstacle to that? Because you mentioned banana, NIMBY, and I wonder if you could even lean into some of the permitting and siting issues we see in Europe, not just in the U.S. They're very real issues, but aside from that, geopolitical tensions, there's a host of issues on the table. So how would you categorize the risks that we face?
Well, I think there's a set of challenges. There's a lot of opportunities. There's a set of challenges. One of the challenges is that the technologies that we need are not developing sufficiently fast. And that's about going from research and development to scaling. IEA has this overview of roughly 50 technologies that they look at. And if you look at the 1.5 degree scenario, it's only 3 that are developing sufficiently fast. It's EVs, it's LEDs, and it's one more that I can't recall. The roughly 47 others are either not developing at all or not with sufficient speed. But I think in the wall scenario, it's about balancing the impact of the new technology on markets with a market design that allows us to develop what we need, for instance, in terms of balancing generation capabilities in electricity. We see now, one of the key challenges that we see now is that we have hundreds of hours of zero-priced or negative-priced electricity when offshore wind, onshore wind, and solar has grown to a certain level. So what's the market? How do we fix that? How do we do that? We have massive volatility just on a daily basis and on a weekly basis in the electricity markets, both in Europe and I guess here as well. And how do we handle that? How do we make that go together? How do we make people invest in what is storage or backup with a market design that you could worry doesn't work sufficiently well? And then it's the capital intensity of what we're talking about, and not only on the supply side, but on the demand side as well. We just saw now, as an example, so how do we get us to sufficiently switch technologies to be able to burn hydrogen, as an example, or to get American drivers to jump on a set of EVs that then need to be charged every morning with a local grid that is not good enough. It's not even good enough in Norway, which is a miracle, or strange, but that serves to show how challenging it is when the car fleet becomes 50% electric, which we're approaching in parts of Norway now. So that is, as an example, Air India. They just ordered 500 new airplanes, middle distance airplanes from Airbus. Those planes will fly, they will be delivered from 2025 and onwards. They will fly almost constantly. Air India is a professional airline, so they keep them flying as much as possible for 20, 25 years. Probably, maybe not under Air India operatorship in 20 years, but somewhere else. That's 100,000 barrels of oil demand added just by those 500 planes. So the longevity of our assets in this sector also. This is it's a super tanker that grows and then has to change so massively quickly. And I think that's the biggest challenge, even in the Waltz case, but of course even more so in the Bridges case.
So I've got a lot of really good questions here, and you've kind of leaned into a few of them. I'm going to try to weave a couple of them together. I guess it was in the Bridges scenario, you have a big increase in nuclear generation capacity.
Yeah, well, actually in both, 40 or 50%. Yeah.
So this connects to something you and I were talking about before that we're seeing really kind of begin to plague the capital-intensive renewable space, in particular rising interest rates and central bank efforts to quell inflation. But when you think about more capital-intensive energy technologies, what do you think needs to happen? You mentioned market design a minute ago. There are a host of other things we could dive into, but in particular, what do you think needs to happen, or what did you build into the scenarios to happen in order to get the kind of outcome you saw with both renewables and nuclear, given the headwinds that they each face right now?
No, I mean, in the Bridges case, we assume many of those challenges away, right? I mean, and that's the beauty of a normative backcast scenario, in a sense, and specific. But it's one of the reasons why we assume them away is because our underlying assumption is that we will not be able to do this if we do not cooperate, if we do not work across borders and across technologies, and we make the best out of it, and we start trusting each other. Some of the assumptions, the detailed assumptions here, we don't have a supply model. So this is on putting together demand and trying to make an energy mix that is as good as possible. But all forces have to come together to both make it possible to build renewables at speed. That has to do with market design. It has to do with subsidies or a guaranteed price. It has to make sure that we get enough steel out of the steel plants and we don't use that steel for something else, like naval vessels, for instance. So and the same thing on nuclear. It's about a change in policy also, where we in both in North America and in Western Europe now start thinking about if carbon is such a problem, then we have to do something also with another carbon-free electricity source, which is nuclear, which is very different. And that is a change of mindset over the last 40 years, right? I mean, we've hardly built a nuclear plant in Western Europe or North America for 40 years. We built some. So that also has to, but they build nuclear plants in East Asia. And if they can do it, why can't we? So that is also part of that. But it is, it's on the mining side or on the resource side, if you like. I mean, it's really difficult to pinpoint what is it that makes it possible to believe that we can deliver 10 times more nickel or cobalt? It's one of some of these minerals 15 years, into the market 15 years from now. So, in the British case, it just has to happen.
So you referred to the number of new technologies that are required in the, particularly IEA in their net zero scenario. They even reference the amount of technology innovation that is needed. In the scenarios you built, what are the critical technologies that you see in order to deliver on a bridges or even a walls outcome?
Well, a lot of them are about realizing the energy efficiency, the relatively heroic energy efficiency assumptions that we have to make. And that goes with the digital demand management. It's everything you can think of on that space. Part of it is also then you have to combine that with not a technology assumption, but a behavioral assumption that we actually change our behavior as consumers as well. And of course, there's a limit to that. I mean, the former chief economist in IEA said that even if it's possible and economically smart to bathe my kids in the bathtub at 3 o'clock at night, I probably won't do it. So he'll wait till the morning, right, or do it during the evening. But we have to make those types of demand management automatic, digital, so we don't think about it. You charge your car when electricity is cheapest, but you don't have to think about it. Your computer does that for you. Then it's balancing technologies in the electricity system, being able to handle these massive, not only it's the massive volatility during a day, and even in September, we just a couple of days of September here, we had an example where the annual or the hourly variation in difference between renewable generation and demand in Germany was 50 gigawatts just for an hour. That's a massive amount of electricity that then have to ramp up, right? And so technologies that can handle that, storage, batteries. Then it's about the seasonal storage. What do you do when you have 15 days of quiet, cold, dark, gray weather in northwestern Europe in January? So that's the seasonal storage as well. That's examples. When will we stop thinking that we are contributing to sustainability driving around in a 3.5-ton light-duty vehicle since it has a battery? When will we do things smaller? So that is why was the car that my dad drove me in 1970? Why did that weigh a ton? And the car that I drive now, or I don't drive a car anymore, but I did 2.5 tons. So that is also small is beautiful here. How do we do that? Make our stuff more efficient. And what are the technologies needed to do that?
Yeah, that carries with it a lot of other issues. Tire
it's
wear, road wear, all
changes.
sorts of things.
And of course, if your neighbor drives a Hummer, you need to drive a Hummer in order to survive the crash, right?
Absolutely. So I'll finish with one final question because it allows me to kind of dive into geopolitics a little bit. You referred to U.S.-China tensions. Everybody's aware of what's going on with Russia and Ukraine and the broader implications for Europe and the global energy landscape. There's a lot of concern that some of these escalations, some of these confrontations could escalate dramatically, right? And if you just put your forward-looking hat on and think about what if there is actually a conflict that involves China, what does that do to the types of scenarios that you just laid out, given their role in providing, integral pieces to the supply chains that are required at the moment?
Well, that's the type of variable that we seldom like to put in, of course, and of course the consequence and also you have to gauge both the scale and the impact of detailed impact of conflicts like that. But there's a set of black swans and white swans that we haven't introduced, and of course that is one of them that we don't look at. Others might be the uncontrolled development of artificial intelligence, as an example. Could have massive impacts on many of the things that we're talking about here. But in the case of an armed conflict, if you like, between the large powers, which is larger than what's taking place in Ukraine now, It has an impact on GDP, it has an impact on energy demand, it has an impact on migration, it has an impact on food. So it's, I mean, that's a world where probably we would be less focused on switching from oil to solar electricity for a while. That's an example too. So it will in many ways slow down the energy transition, but it might also have negative impacts on GDP in a way that energy demand doesn't grow as much as it otherwise would have. So, but it is, yeah. And then all the potential conflict. I just want to finish with another example in terms of the things that we do not talk about very often, but just to illustrate what we're talking about in terms of energy transition and the necessary changes across the world, and back to the ultimate dilemma. As an example, I mean, what about energy, a legitimate need for energy in the emerging economies? If you take the example of Nigeria, Cameroon, and Democratic Republic of Congo, 3 countries that together have the same population as the United States, on half the area of contiguous 48 states. There's more than twice the population density. Nigeria will by 2050 be larger than the United States in number of people. Will be the 3rd largest country in the world. That region today use 40 terawatt hours of electricity total. That's less than a third of what we do in Norway with 5.5 million people. But it's exactly equal to what you Americans use for your swimming pools, your private swimming pools. So how do we make this a just transition, and then how do we avoid potential other geopolitical conflicts if we don't?
That's a great question to end on. Everybody join me in thanking Eric for joining us today. Excellent.
Thanks.
Bear with me for a minute. So we'll be welcoming our next speaker virtually. He's actually joining us from Norway. So this is a very Norwegian start to the conference. And it's funny, I didn't realize this, but the folder I have was actually a gift from the Norwegian Consulate General. So it's sort of, I don't know if that's irony or what, but it was very interesting. It's always funny when we rely on technology for things, and we've been doing this for a while, there's always something that provides a glitch. But Andreas, it's great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Everyone, up on the screen here, we have Andreas Bjelland Eriksson. He's a state secretary, splits his time between the Ministry of Petroleum Energy and the Prime Minister's office in Norway. And I hope I don't embarrass you here, but I was told that you're something of a rising star in Norwegian politics. A lot of really interesting things that he's done in his background, been involved from a very early age in various political movements, focused on youth in Norway and Europe more generally. It's a real pleasure to have you here with us today. We got a pretty packed house. We actually just heard from Eric Vlarnes on the energy perspectives that Equinor shares. So it's a very Norwegian flavor to the day so far. I want to kind of just dive in and let you kind of begin a discussion about the perspective on the state of energy from your seat in Norway. Maybe you could kind of set a level for everybody here. You know, what role does Norway play in the world of energy, both globally and in Europe, from the standpoint of oil and gas production, hydroelectricity production, renewables deployment and development, new technology development? If you could just sort of dive into those issues real quickly to get us going.
Thank you very much, Ken, and thank you very much for your very kind introduction. I hope you can hear me well, and it's a great pleasure to travel for a brief time halfway across the world and to be able to participate for a short while at the Baker Institute. I mean, Norway is in many ways a dual country with respect to energy. We have two perspectives on energy as an energy nation. First, we are a hydropower nation. We have been a hydropower nation for 120 years, and we have developed our hydropower resources to the extent that we today have a completely renewable power system that serves the Norwegian industry, the Norwegian households. When we think about energy domestically, often we think mostly about power due to the role that hydropower plays in our energy system here back home. And at the same time, we are the only net exporter of oil and gas in Western Europe, serving a critical function to the European energy market. In 2022, we exported about 122 BCM of gas to Europe, or equivalent to approximately 1,300 terawatt hours of energy from gas. So we have developed our petroleum resources over half a century to basically deliver energy that has been crucial to the functioning of the European energy market for decades already, and that we will see be important to the energy markets of Europe also for the foreseeable future, given the critical events with the invasion of Ukraine from Russia, and also the reduced gas exports from Russia to the European energy system.
So I want to dive into that briefly. I think everybody is familiar with the shockwaves that the world, not just Europe, has felt as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But Norway's sort of on the front lines when it comes to the provision of energy to Europe. And I wonder if you could reflect a little bit on the journey over the last year and a half or so post-invasion. How has Norway responded? What has been the temperature in Europe, if you will, with regard to the role that Norway plays in providing critical energy resources to the continent?
I mean, the shock, it's almost hard to overstate how big that was when 40% or almost 40% of the gas consumption in Europe is hit almost overnight. That, for very understandable reasons, creates large challenges for the functioning of the European energy system. The response from the Norwegian side was to find amendments to be able to produce as much as possible in the short term, working together between the government and obviously also the companies that are responsible for the production on the Norwegian continental shelf, to be able to produce as much in the short run that we could. So we were able to increase gas exports to Europe by approximately 8% in 2022, serving the European energy systems with around 100 terawatt hours more energy from gas than we did the year before. But then I also want to commend the very, very important things that were done on the European side as well, to be able to make the energy system function almost as normal, with the exception, of course, of the extreme prices that we saw in the European energy markets over the last year and a half. The possibility to build out LNG terminals in just a couple of months and the ability to get LNG, for example, from the US market, was absolutely critical for the European energy market and system to be able to function through this winter, and for Europe to avoid critical rationing measures in the European energy systems.
No, without a doubt, that's been remarkable to see the evolution of the energy system in Europe. But it does raise broader questions, not just about the short to medium term, but the long term. What have the events of the last year and a half meant for attitudes towards energy security, affordability, and transitions more generally, not just in Norway, but the broader European community?
I think without a doubt, the energy transition in Europe has been sped up by many years due to the events following the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. We see a rapid ramp up of renewable projects, of measures conducted on the European level to be able to build out more renewables faster. So in terms of the energy transition, it's been important in the way that it has sped up many processes. But for the Norwegian continental shelf, I think it has highlighted the importance of the Norwegian continental shelf, of Norway's role as the only net exporter of oil and gas in Western Europe, and facilitated an important role for developing the Norwegian continental shelf over many years to come as well. Because we know that even in a Europe that meets its energy and climate targets, oil and gas will be important for many years going forward. And the Norwegian continental shelf will be a crucial provider of that oil and gas, given the infrastructure that we have already today, and also given the low emissions that oil and gas is produced with on the Norwegian continental shelf. We will never see a Europe, even if the war in Ukraine ended tomorrow, that will make itself dependent on Russian gas again. And that means that the Norwegian continental shelf will play a crucial role in the decades to come to serve Europe with important energy that can help foster a safe energy system in Europe going forward.
That's really interesting to hear because, and I hope you can kind of share this. I'm pretty knowledgeable about what I'm about to ask you, but I don't know if the rest of the audience is. But Norway has long been a leader in innovation on energy. I mean, quite frankly, moving into the Norwegian continental shelf in the North Sea, which is a pretty harsh environment to conduct business in, it's been massively successful, and that owes to innovation and new technology over time, much of which was spawned in a previous energy crisis. So I wonder, given that as context, if you could expand a little bit on the role that innovation is playing in Norway and how that will impact the broader European community for decades to come, not just over the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ken. When we talk about the Norwegian continental shelf in the political context in Norway, we talk about developing the Norwegian continental shelf going forward. That means petroleum, oil and gas, but it also means the new sectors that we want to succeed. Norway has long been an important driver of the technologies needed to be successful with CCS, carbon capture and storage. We have safely stored and captured CO2 from petroleum installations for 27 years already. And now we are building the first full-scale value chain for CCS in Norway right as we speak. In the first step, only capturing and storing 1.5 million tons of CO2 per year, but with a perspective on developing that as a profitable industry and an important technology for the world going forward. It's something that we are very committed to. It's something that every Norwegian in practice pays about $400 to make succeed. So it's something we have a great stake in, and one important example of an innovation that we tried to drive forward, showing that even a small country can contribute with some of the building blocks that will be crucial if we are to be successful in the global energy transition that we're in right now.
Can you also expand a little bit with regard to some of the innovation ecosystems that have been developed across Norway and how those aspire to influence innovation and growth in other parts of the world?
So I think first and foremost, it's important for us to establish a framework where we have the right division of labor between the government and the authorities and the companies that want to drive forward these innovations in practice. We have had a CO2 tax for the petroleum industry for 3 decades already. And that has been extremely important in driving forward the solutions that are cutting emissions from our production of oil and gas. Now, obviously, we are a part of the quota system in the EU. We also have a CO2 tax for companies that are not part of the quota system in the EU, thus making it profitable to cut emissions. And creating that kind of profitability is extremely important to drive innovation, because it means that only those who can be cost competitive and find new, smarter ways to cut emissions going forward will succeed in a long-term business environment. And then we try to combine that, obviously, with the right types of other incentives, whether that is support mechanisms, whether it is tax exemptions. I heard that the previous speaker talked a bit about EV cars when he was talking. And obviously, on the field of EV cars, we have shown how the set of regulations and conditions conducted by the government can in some contribute to behavioral change, not only on the business side, but also on the consumer end, which in some is fostering the kind of innovations that we need going forward.
So Norway is a very active member of the European community, and much of what you've talked about is in many ways setting examples that could be followed. I wonder if you could comment a little bit, particularly on the policy front, and some of the initiatives that have been undertaken in Norway. What opportunities does that present in terms of engaging with your neighbors in Europe? What challenges does it present? And then I'll make it a two-part question, because one of the issues that came up actually in the previous discussion, and quite frankly, it comes up in almost every energy discussion. It's a major talking point in U.S. energy policy circles now. Ultimately, you need to build things to achieve some of the aspirations that are sought. Are there any challenges associated with permitting and siting that the Norwegian government has been actively dealing with? And does that potentially set an example for other regions around the world?
So first and foremost, I think we have, through the buildup of both our electricity system and our oil and gas industry, shown how important, at least in a European context, it is to be a part of a regional market, a bigger market than only the Norwegian home market. With respect to electricity, that has been important because we have a weather-based power system. So we need to know that we can import power in seasons where we have little water in our hydropower reservoirs. And with respect to oil and gas, it's been important for us to build a common infrastructure to be able to export the large amounts of energy that we produce and that we do not need to consume ourselves to a broader European market. Now we very much take the same approach when we work on both CCS, on hydrogen, on offshore wind in a Norwegian context. We are conducting studies right now as we speak with our German counterparts to look into the potential of a infrastructure for hydrogen and CO2 transport between Norway and Germany. And that can be important new industries for Norway in the future. I mean, on the Norwegian continental shelf, we have the potential to store up to 1,500 times the Norwegian emissions of CO2. So there is a great potential to be a part of a European value chain for CO2 capture and storage. And then I think these issues will be difficult in many ways. It's difficult to gain the sufficient amount of acceptance to be able to speed projects up fast enough. What we are working a lot with right now is digitalizing the concession processes. I think that will be important for getting things online faster than today, and working more in parallel than we have been doing thus far to shorten the process. But that has to be done in a way that still takes duly into account the fact that local voices, other stakeholders need to be able to participate and be a part of this. And just a final point, I think resources and making sure that energy authorities have sufficient resources is an absolutely crucial part of this. I have been traveling much around meeting businesses the last year, and almost all of them have asked us to hire more bureaucrats. And that is a very untraditional question and request from business leaders, but that shows how important it is to have enough hands on board to be able to move everything that we need to do going forward fast enough.
Yeah, it's remarkable to hear you say that, because I've actually heard similar statements made by firms that operate in the United States. As you likely know, the permitting process, the siting process can be arduous and sometimes very long and overly burdensome. So it's good to hear that you guys are working on that front. So we have time for one more question, and so I'm going to ask you a hard question. When you look towards the future of energy, and you think about the role that Norway has played and will play, what do you see as the biggest challenges confronting some of the stated aspirations in Europe more generally, but also what are the biggest opportunities? And then kind of pull in some of the things you've already said, but what role will Norway play in overcoming those obstacles and seizing those opportunities?
So I think in many ways we know what we need to do to be successful in the transition that we need to go through in the next couple of years. We need to build out a lot of new renewable electricity. We have to decarbonize our fossil fuels through building blocks such as CCS. And we have to do it in a speed that we have never seen before. All of that creates great opportunities for a country like Norway, because many of the things that we need to build, such as offshore wind, build on the competencies that we have already gained from many years of petroleum activity on the Norwegian continental shelf. And we can combine it with some of the best wind resources in the world and some of the best storage opportunities for CO2 in the world. So the point of departure is in many ways, both for Norway and for Europe and the world, so to speak, because we know what we need to do, an amazing one. And then the biggest challenge, as I see it, is that we still discuss way too much government support schemes, how we can subsidize the new industries. And understand me correctly, subsidies and support schemes are going to be extremely important to get the snowball rolling. But we need to fast transition into a world where we talk much more about the business models of the future, how we can make these new industries that we now know that we need profitable, and how we can make them profitable fast, setting up the necessary value chains to be able to deliver on the projects that the world needs. And with the projects that the world needs, I'm not only talking about how we can make these technologies available for the Western world, but how we, for example, also can make it available for the Global South, ensuring that we have a build-up of energy systems globally that are in line with the great ambitions that we have and that we also need to respond to if we are to have a safe and livable world in the future.
That's a really interesting answer, and it actually fits very nicely with a core pillar of our own research here, which is focused on sustainability. And Rachel Meidel later today is going to talk about some of this stuff, but just a brief highlight. and maybe you can offer a reflection on what I'm about to say before we close. Sustainability is not just about environment. It's not just about social impact. It's also about socioeconomic issues that are more broad than just direct impact of local communities. It's about good paying jobs. It's about opportunities that can be provided to citizens so that welfare improvement can be real and tangible. But it's also about creating platforms that allow for commercial and financial viability. Because ultimately the firms that operate in this space, if they are not able to generate a rate of return to capital, it's going to be impossible, not just difficult, for them to execute on many of these aspirations. So a sustainable growth platform is very much a combination of all of those aspects. And when we think about the future of energy and the future of energy in Europe in particular, I think it's really interesting to hear you make that comment about effectively, I'm going to paraphrase what you said, but profitable decarbonization. And certainly market design, innovation, and policy play a massive role there.
Yeah, thank you. I completely agree. And I think in many ways, you could ask the question that you have not asked, whether or not it's sort of a dilemma to be here talking about the new industries going forward, the solutions to the energy transition, when the petroleum industry in Norway constitutes 26% of our total GDP. And in many ways, it is a dilemma, and it's something that we need to respond to seriously. But the green transition can only be sustainable in itself if we take duly into account the need for reliable, affordable energy that people have today. The fact that building the profitable projects that we need take time, and that we need to do it in a way that ensures the longevity of the energy transition that we're going through. Because it's not a sprint that we're doing, we're really doing a marathon, and we need to have that long-term perspective on the hard dilemmas that we need to face going forward if we are to set up this in a way that can succeed.
Thank you. Everybody join me in thanking Andreas for and it's been a pleasure to have you here with us. Hopefully next time it'll be in person, and I look forward to seeing you soon. I believe you'll have a delegation here in a few months, so we'll definitely look forward to the dialogue. And thank you again for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we are going to break for about 15 minutes, so we'll reconvene here and pick up the program with our next panel discussion, which Julie Mayo will lead. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And good morning. Thank you. Audience participation already. Thank you very much for joining this year's Energy Summit. My name is Julie Mayo, and I am a partner in the Global Projects Department at Baker Botts, resident in our Houston office. And I am so pleased to be here today with our three phenomenal panelists for our discussion on the energy trilemma. So, in no particular order, we have Balaji Krishnamurthy, who is the Vice President of Strategy and Sustainability at Chevron. We have Mark Finley, Fellow in Energy and Global Oil for the Center for Energy Studies right here at the Baker Institute. And we have David Baldwin, who's the co-founder of Open Minds and a partner at SCF Partners. So today's portion of the Energy Summit includes, as we've already heard this morning, some regional perspectives on the energy transition. During this panel, we'll speak a little bit more broadly about what is commonly referred to as the energy trilemma, which is the balance of security, affordability, and sustainability. Each of our panelists brings a slightly different perspective to these issues, so I think we're going to just dive right in and make the most of our hour here. And hopefully we'll get some pragmatic thoughts from them about concrete actions and paths forward to address the energy trilemma. So to get things rolling, one of the first questions that everybody always asks about the energy transition is, how fast can we go? Are we there yet? Is 2050 realistic? Is it aggressive enough? So, Balaji, could you speak a bit about Chevron's approach to the question of speed, and perhaps a little bit about how we balance that with all of the other aspects of the transition?
Thank you, Julie. I appreciate you having me here today. Good morning, everyone. It's good to be on the panel here with David and Mark. Maybe let me take a step back and talk about a couple of the core beliefs that drive our actions and our strategy. As we all know, energy is essential for modern life as we know it. And we at Chevron believe that future of energy is lower carbon. So when we think about energy transition, we think about three elements. That is solutions, scale, and speed. I know everybody first jumps to talking about how fast we can go, but it is important to think about all three aspects of energy transition. In the solutions category, you really have to acknowledge that there is a demand. Essentially, the demand for energy is growing, right? If you look at any forecast, the economic growth that the world is experiencing has to be driven by energy. So you need to satisfy that growing energy demand, and multiple solutions are going to be required to meet this growing demand. And new solutions that come to the market must have the balance between affordability, reliability, and lower carbon. And that balance may look different depending upon where you are in the world, the end-use application, or even down to a single customer. I always give this Tesla example. When they first came to the market, the cost premium was way too high. You did not have charging infrastructure to make it a practical alternative. But with continued innovation, we have seen the cost come down, and especially with policy support, you have seen the cost premium becoming competitive, at least for a segment of the light-duty vehicle segment customers. And with sufficient infrastructure, it has become a more practical alternative to get around town. Now with that better balance, you're starting to see EV sales take off, right? So fundamentally, solutions must have that balance. Then scale matters. Our energy system is massive, it's complex, it needs a lot of infrastructure. So anything that needs to move the needle must be scalable in a very material way. So once a solution works and can be scaled, then speed matters. And that speed is going to depend upon need for new infrastructure, the build out of new value chains, and increasingly geopolitics in this fragmented world. And also the speed matters depending on solutions. Today wind and solar is a proven solution, it can be scaled. So now the conversation is about how fast can we decarbonize the grid. If you look at renewable fuels, the challenge is scaling. We know it works, we know it has balance, but scaling feedstocks is the critical challenge. When it comes to lower carbon hydrogen, we are still in the phase of trying to get that cost, reliability, and lower carbon attributes in better balance so that there is better uptake. So I do think this speed question needs to be put in context of a bigger picture. So maybe I'll leave it at that.
It's a bit of a loaded question, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And I suspect that you might say that, it's all about the lead up, right? As you've just said. Could you maybe elaborate on what is one specific action that you think we could take as kind of like a preparatory action now, with respect to a particular pathway, so that we could get to the speed part a little bit faster?
Well, let me talk about, I think I mentioned the lower carbon hydrogen or carbon capture. That is a technology that's been used by the industry for a long time. Mm-hmm. So what we are trying to do as an industry, and we at Chevron are trying to prove is, using the carbon capture technologies that are out there, and first of all, make sure that they are coming down in the cost curve. So we are trying very different technologies. There are some really amazing innovative companies that have gotten to a very compact modular designs and can also capture carbon from very dilute CO2 streams. So we need to continue to work on technology to bring down that cost curve. So Chevron is investing in a few different companies that have these different technology pathways to help lower the cost of capture. And right now we have a large project in Gulf Coast called Bayou Bend, where we can capture almost up to 1 billion tons of CO2. So where we are working on a project concept where we are capturing these distributed emissions, which is relatively concentrated in Gulf Coast, and trying to bring them to a storage site in Gulf Coast and scale that technology that's been known, but in a way that is cost efficient so that we can generate competitive returns and address a customer need. So that'll be one example of a very tangible action that we are taking, Julie.
Excellent, thank you. And you talked a little bit, obviously, about technology.
Sure.
And so, David, I know that the intersection of technology and climate is very near and dear to your heart, and it is also clearly a critical component of moving the transition forward. In what ways do you see technology most efficiently or effectively advancing the transition?
That's great, thank you, Julie. Really, I look at technologies in two baskets, things that are really big at scale, big breakthroughs, but are going to take longer, that might really start to accelerate momentum in the 2040s and 2050s. And I think we all know small modular reactors, large-scale carbon capture, battery storage, long-duration storage, all of those things need to play a huge role in the successful energy transition, but they're probably 15 to 20 years away. But a lot of science, a lot of investment going on in those areas. What excites me today is the incremental progress that can be made immediately. So things as simple as sensors to identify where methane leaks are. Methane is the most easy to correct of all the greenhouse gases and probably most affordable, 15 or 16% of all greenhouse gases. So if we can solve that problem quickly with incremental technology like satellites, like sensors, and then doing simple things to repair those leaks, if you will, then we can make a big impact near term. Also just fuel efficiency standards, hybrid vehicles, efficiency measures in buildings like your Nest thermostats, things like that. So I think in the near term, you're going to see a lot of incremental technologies built around digital and information that can get us started, that can start the flywheel, bend the curve, if you will. And then there's some big sort of killer apps that are being worked on that can really accelerate progress, but they're a ways away.
Fantastic. So, one of the things that we kind of think about and talk about when we're talking about technology and new technology, and you touched on this a little bit in your remarks, Balaji, is subsidies, right? Like, we have to develop a market, it has to be economic, there has to be a reason that we can justify to shareholders or other stakeholders why we're doing the thing. And there have been some pretty aggressive subsidies targeted at specific sectors of the industry to try to accelerate the pace of the transition. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword, though, right? So, Mark, if I could start with you, what do you think are some of the potential unintended consequences of subsidies from your perspective?
It's a great question and very pertinent to the whole day, I would say, Julie. So thank you for the invitation today. And I think this idea of the unintended consequences from public policy, whether it be subsidies or regulation, other policy measures, bears close examination to understand the kind of the full cycle implications of the choices we're making. I know my colleague Rachel Meidel's done a lot of work on kind of looking at the full cycle ramifications of some of these measures. I mean, it's important to recognize these start with good intentions. These policies, subsidies are intended to, in the absence of a social consensus about bearing the social cost of these through a carbon price or a tax, it's a way for society to start saying, hey, we want to start making sure that the playing field is leveled in terms of incorporating the social impact of our energy consuming activities, along with the benefits that we get, and in the regular cost structures that we're all used to. And it's a way to kind of, as we heard earlier from Andreas, about to jumpstart investment, in these transitional technologies. So they start from a good place, but ... History is full of examples of kind of lessons learned and unintended consequences of these. One of which is, how do you turn them off? I'm old enough to remember all the tax credits on biofuels, and it became a noticeable item on the budget, as they scaled up. And yet they develop their own political constituency. And so how do you know when is it appropriate to turn these subsidies off? There are tools that policymakers can work around this. They'll put a sunset provision, saying, okay, we're going to allow this tax credit for so many years and then it'll stop. The deep water royalty relief would phase out at certain oil prices. So there are steps you can take to manage and mitigate some of these potential unintended consequences. I mean, other issues, how do you avoid the temptation to pick winners? Which technology qualifies for the tax credit and which one doesn't? Washington is overrun with lobbyists at the moment trying to make, clarify the rules around the IRA to say, well, does this qualify? How about if I tweak the process a little bit, does that still qualify or not? How do you decide? Part of the policy playbook is that you should be technology neutral. You should avoid trying to pick winners and leave the field open for competition and innovation in unexpected quarters. But that's a hard thing to do when you're trying to target specific tax credits, to seed certain industries. I think beyond that, there's international consequences of this. I mean, we've heard already that the Europeans are kind of watching with a nervous eye the IRA and saying, hey, is this going to be an unfair trade policy that's going to impact our international trade relationships? And that's before we even get to the question about emerging economies and how are they going to try to build up capacity and improve their quality of life by selling into the richer markets of the world. And I guess one other question is just how do you manage the basic question of capacity? Like Eirik said earlier, great, we're going to have domestically built steel in all of our domestic energy projects. Oh, but wait, we also need that steel for other things that we want to do. And so where, how do you kind of sort through the ramifications, for the economy and society as a whole as you look at trying to provide these incentives, and if you're not managing it properly, the Inflation Reduction Act could become the Inflation Creation Act.
I don't think anybody is going to love that acronym for it.
No.
But let's say that things really go off the rails, right? Like if you follow that to its logical conclusion and you say, hey, we did this thing and we did it with the best of intentions and we really thought it was going to work, but it's not, right? What do you think about course corrections? Like how do we, and is it better to do that from a policy perspective? Or is it better to let market forces dictate, right? And kind of say, we've tried this from a policy perspective. Maybe that wasn't the right approach. Maybe we should go back to, maybe the market has developed enough that we can let it loose. So I'd be interested in your thoughts and maybe hearing from some others on the panel.
And therein lies the knot, right? I mean, it's undertake with good intentions. I mean, like Andreas said earlier, at the end of the day, these technologies and projects will need to stand alone without subsidies. But how do you get from here to there, and how do you decide when to turn it off? And so of course, there will be midterm. Mid-course corrections, and like I said, there are things you can do as you build these policies to kind of build some of those relief valves in. But I think it is fair to kind of recognize and hopefully find processes that you can do this in an orderly fashion and not just the results of the next election mean okay, it all stops. Oh wait, and one more election. Oh, it all starts again. Because that industry doesn't want, more than anything else, what companies say they want out of policy is predictability and stability.
You mean no one wants to have a new set of corporate policies every 4 years? So.
I think let me build on what you said, Mark. I think you said it. You summarized it really well. We also at Chevron believe. Power of markets, right, is very important. And it's not just, in the case of carbon and what we are trying to do with lower carbon. You look at numerous things that we have tried to solve as a society, even, simple examples like kidney transplant. There was a market for it that has made that much more efficient than what used to be a one-to-one matchmaking, right? So there are numerous examples of how market can be a very powerful tool in finding the most efficient solution. I think Mark and I were chatting about this yesterday during dinner. Policymakers sometimes, want to sort of dictate certain solutions because it feels good as human beings to have control over the pathway, right? We all want, is pathway A or B or C going to be successful, right? I mean, there is still a lot of debate. And from our perspective, if you unlock the power of markets, and we are trying to optimize for a molecule that inherently doesn't have a ton of value, right? There are some uses of CO2, but if you want to minimize that, so you want to put a value on that, and then you let the market go to work, right? Then we will all be surprised on what pathways emerges, the hybrid of all the alternatives that's out there today, to find the most efficient way to get to the outcome that we want. It does mean we are not in the driver's seat, right? Whether it's companies, governments, policymakers, you have to believe in that true invisible hand and let that find the most efficient pathway. Now, I will be the first one to acknowledge markets are not perfect. We know that there are market distortions, but I do think that provides a much more efficient way compared to any other alternatives. Just because, in my personal opinion, I'm going into a technology role in Chevron. I'll tell you, I think the number of technologies that we need to be developed and deployed at scale to get to a net zero outcome, we are still in very much of an early innings. So I think when we provide the right incentives, we'll be surprised. I think the human ingenuity in the industry, in the world as overall, and the amount of technology development that we can do when faced with a challenge, I'm an optimist in that regard.
Julie, I might just add at sort of a global level that if you look at the math, most of these net zero 2050 plans have us being down by 30 or 35% by 2030. And in reality, we're going to be up 10 to 12% in terms of emissions. So as a world, we're falling way behind our goals. And the developed world, Europe and the US, have contributed 40% of all the emissions to the cumulative base today. So we really owe it to society to lead in this, and that means taking some risk and spending the early dollars to make it happen. And I personally am really proud of the IRA. I'm a red state person, I'm a red state guy, but I think the initiative for the US to take some risk and lead and try to bet on some technologies and encourage them so that we can drive them down the cost chain, that's the type of thing that the US can do that can help the overall global perspective. Europe already has high energy prices, so they're investing heavily on new forms of energy. The US has lower forms of energy, so we really don't have an incentive to spend on clean energies at the same pace that maybe other parts of the world. So this IRA puts the US in a position where we can lead and help the developing world, help all of the world make a mission and catch up. We're behind. So I'm very proud of that start. It's going to be wrong. There's going to be a lot of trash on the floor when it's all done. But I think we'll fix it as we go along, and I think it's the right thing for the US to do, and it's the right thing for us to help the whole global picture.
Thank you so much for raising the issue of energy equity, because it's not, it's not formally a pillar of the energy trilemma that we talk about, but it's such an important component of it, and it's impacted by everything that we're talking about here today. So maybe I want to get to energy security as well, but before we go there, maybe we could talk just a little bit about energy equity. And David, I think you make a strong case for the obligation of certain companies or certain countries or certain other stakeholders to kind of put their money where their mouth is, to make those investments, to spend the money, to to really try to further progress for everyone. Maybe if I could start with you, Balaji, on just the question of how do you think that major corporations like Chevron can contribute from an energy equity perspective, and how is Chevron prepared to contribute to that?
Yeah. You're right. The energy equity is not explicit in the energy trilemma the way we talk about it. I do think it is integral, right, to all three elements of affordability, reliability, and lower carbon. In my view, Julie, I see energy equity as two sides. One is the climate change and the impact of climate change on communities and societies worldwide. And the second is energy access. So that is affordability, reliability. I still believe one of the most important things a country can do to their citizens is to provide that affordable, reliable energy, because it's such a key input to economic growth. It is such a key input to meeting the needs of growing population, especially in the emerging world, and rising standard of living. As somebody that grew up in India, I have firsthand experience of what access to energy really means for quality of life. At the same time, I think we all have a stake in a lower carbon outcome, not just for us, but the future generations that are going to come after us. I do think companies like Chevron do have strengths that we can lean on to develop the new lower carbon business lines, and at the same time, respond to the demand signals that are out there and continue to produce the products that the world needs today. So that's how I see the end world for energy equity.
Fantastic, thank you. Mark.
I think this issue of energy equity, we're going to see it next month at the COP in the UAE playing out, on the top of the agenda. But it's also a domestic consideration. If we go back to the question of subsidies, aggressive subsidies for purchases of electric vehicles or rooftop solars, will accrue to people who can afford to buy a new car and the people who can afford to own a home. The data shows that lower income households in the United States are dramatically less likely to own an electric vehicle. They tend to own older cars. They drive more miles. So policies that the people who benefit from these aggressive subsidies tend to be wealthier families. And families that suffer from policies that constrict the development of fossil fuels and drive up prices at the pump tend to be lower income households. And so even here inside our borders, this issue of energy equity is a live issue. To be fair, in some of the recent legislation, there's an effort to begin to address that. For example, some of the subsidies for electric vehicles can go into the resale market, and they work their way down the used car ladder as these electric cars move into the used car market. If they go through a qualified used car dealership. So there's some efforts to begin to address that, and I think there is certainly recognition, in Washington about the burdens of higher energy prices and what it places on American households and what it means for politicians' electoral prospects. So I think there's recognition of the issue, but it is a big one, even domestically.
Absolutely. And David, through your work with Open Minds, I know one of the things you're looking at is kind of getting some increased involvement from the Global South and from the developing world. I'm sure that you have some thoughts about how we can ensure that the transition plays out in a fair way.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. So Open Minds is a group of 100 volunteers intentionally split 50% between climate experts and 50% between energy experts. And we're in the process of trying to make that more evenly distributed between the developed and developing world. So it's really trying to come at the problem from the middle, if you will, and to have that natural peer review that plays that tension between the two. But again, I think I go back to the US and Europe's role is we really have to spend the money to drive critical technologies down the learning curve so that we can reduce the cost and accelerate adoption in the developing world. Today, about 2/3 of emissions come from the developing world. In 2050, it will be 75 to 80% of emissions. And right now, COP is stuck talking about reparation payments. And I think politically it's going to be very difficult for reparation payments to get done. So in this case, I think the number, the bid ask is, a couple of billion to $100 billion a year. But the US is now going to be spending more than $100 billion a year on subsidizing some of these new technologies that can drive down the cost. So in a way, I feel like it's a better approach to the developing world and the developed world. The other thing is the developing world doesn't want to hear us lecture. We've heard that over and over again. They just say, hey, you caused the problem and now you're blaming us. And that's not going to be politically successful either. So I think if we can invest in technology, scale, drive down the cost, Then the developing world has the lower forms of labor. They're very quick at adopting technologies, and they can maybe do the leapfrogging once the technologies are more proven and lower cost. So I feel like that's the model for success over the next 30 or 40 years, and fairly treats all parties.
How do you guys feel about investment from the developed world into the developing world, right? We've kind of talked a little bit about incentives in the US that might help to progress technologies or to start to get prices down, and that in and of itself is an investment. How do you think direct investment plays into that from the developing country perspective? Any thoughts on that?
Well, I can start, right? I mean, certainly, I mean, just to build upon what David said, I do think the fact that Western world is investing more in clean tech and bringing down that cost. Today, if I'm in an emerging country, the priorities on where they put their government revenue, which are at a premium, I would say they should be more focused on affordable, reliable, than spending a lot of money on some of the costly policy choices. I think you're spot on. So when the Western world develops and matures these technologies, then it becomes easier to deploy at a much more affordable cost for those emerging countries. I think that is a much better model. But you're right, you do need then mechanisms for technology transfer and building that technology capability. I'll give a quick example. You talked about methane. We agree that's such a low-hanging fruit, and we have learned a ton in the last 2 years, and the technology has progressed significantly. You can now see specific methane emissions from satellites, drones, flyovers, and we have facility-level sensors, so you could essentially see triangulate methane emissions from various different technologies. And we are working with countries where we operate to bring that technology capability to those countries. And that's a great example of, it's not necessarily, an investment or money, but just bringing that, because in general, methane abatement is a very low cost, highly efficient emission abatement technology, but it's the know-how and technology transfer that goes a long way. Anyway, we have a lot of room for exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Obviously, for the kind of innovation that we need to have happen, it's better to have 8 billion brains working on the problem rather than 1 billion. Yeah. But the trick is, it's at a time when we're trying to rebuild manufacturing capacity here in the United States, and we're trying to, in a world of walls, trying to, rebuild supply chains that are more, what's the phrase, resilient. And so, part of the challenge is how do you, juggle these different priorities.
So now we're going to move to energy security, because this is a big one. Before we do that, I do want to remind everybody, you have cards on your chair, so if anyone has questions for our panel, please feel free to jot them down on the cards, and we'll be happy to take some of those near the end of our time. So each of you have touched on energy security already in your own way, and it's obviously a key aspect of everything that we're talking about that has a lot of different parts and pieces to it. So as countries are considering onshoring or friend-shoring certain critical production pathways, or as companies consider pursuing more vertically integrated strategies. The example that immediately comes to mind is Tesla's new lithium refinery that they've got in Texas. So, Mark, maybe if I could start with you, what are some of the key considerations as we're thinking about energy security as a part of the trilemma from your perspective?
So I mean, you can all read this on my bio online, but early in my career, I was an energy security specialist at the CIA. And at the agency, 100 million years ago, our framework for thinking about energy security was to consider, vulnerability, risks, and offsets. So, are we vulnerable to, a disruption of, this particular energy source? How risky is it? And what is our capacity to do something about a disruption if it does happen, to offset it. And policy can manage each of those three components of energy security. So if we think about this in terms of an energy transition, great, building a refinery in the United States can help manage a certain dimension of the vulnerability, but you need the whole supply chain, what we've learned in the fossil energy space is that gosh, there's efficiencies in having a global marketplace. And flexibility that comes from that, and cost benefits that come from that, and how do you try to reap the benefits of that while insulating yourselves from some of the risks and pressure points and vulnerabilities that come from it. If we do go down the pathway of an energy transition, for example, we'll be less dependent on oil. Great, with that will reduce our oil vulnerability, but it runs the risk of introducing new ones. We heard earlier today about how China dominates the processing of base metals, at least currently, and both the processing, the refining, and then going into the production of new energy technologies like electric cars, batteries, solar panels, et cetera. So one of the risks here is that we run the risk of trading one form of vulnerability for another, and it's important to be thoughtful about that. As we will discuss in 2 weeks on this stage when we talk about the 50th anniversary of the Arab oil embargo, the U.S. and its allies have had 50 years to practice oil security. We have lots of apparatus and policies and relationships built up around that. None of that exists for any other form of energy or for any of the inputs of the new energy economy, at least not yet. And so I think one of the ways that we can actually assist in the development of the energy transition is to show that we are trying to manage the kind of the side effects of it, whether it's energy security, whether it's equity, to take those challenges on and show that we can have a plan for how to manage that through the transition. We can actually help the transition happen.
Maybe if I can just build on something, Mark, you said, this friendshoring or bringing back manufacturing to Western world, for decades, the trade flow has gone the other way, right? We have outsourced manufacturing, outsourced emissions and jobs, and now we are trying to reverse that. I'm not sure. I do think we need to pay more attention to, are we ready as an economy? I think you're talking about inflation creation, but it is true, right? We are already in a high inflation environment. Now we are talking about investing, billions of dollars in creating this new value chain that are not global in nature, but more local or regional in nature. So these things do tend to cost more, and also our preparedness to be able to execute these things. I mean, I still remember when China was growing post the early 2000s really fast, and the demand for oil and gas was going through the roof. And the industry overall was rallying to invest in a lot of projects. And at that time, we all lost our cost discipline, execution discipline, because it was just stretching the overall system. So there is a risk that we run into the same thing if we are not thoughtful about how do we go about these things. I don't have an answer for how we do it, but I do think individual companies look at these bottlenecks, but looking at it all together is really important so that we are spending money wisely and getting to that efficient pathway towards decarbonizing.
I might just add a math analogy is that I think there's no question that the IRA is going to create energy inflation for a little while. We've seen it in wind and solar, but high prices are the solution of the problem also, because it creates investment. And just to give you the analogy of shale, 15 years ago, the US produced about 15 million barrels a day of oil and gas and liquids combined. Today, it's about 38 million barrels a day. So if you think about that, in 15 years, we've added 2 Saudi Arabias to the global oil and gas energy infrastructure, all in the US, all from shale. And the US has basically produced about 75% of the world's growth energy, or at least the world's growth oil and gas during that time period. So high prices stimulate innovation. Now we've got subsidies supporting that. But that's the solution long-term for lower prices and lower carbon. So I feel like we're actually, even though we're way behind, the dynamics are lining up very well for this to be a successful transition.
Yeah. So that maybe dovetails into one of the questions we've gotten from the audience today. which is that you all seem to like market forces. If you like market forces, why is the oil and gas industry not more aggressively lobbying for carbon taxes or dividends? So do you guys have any thoughts on why that's, why that's not been something that's risen to the top of the priorities?
I'm happy to start. I think we have stated our position pretty clearly that we do support a price on carbon. There are some jurisdictions where there is a market design. For carbon, it can be a cap and trade system. It can be other forms. When we say price on carbon, it can vary depending on the jurisdiction. So there are some, and we continue to support that. I think, as Mark, you were talking about, maybe you can build on it, but sometimes I know it is the political viability of something like a carbon tax. It does increase, or maybe David, you said this actually, it does increase cost on energy. So I do think that is a consideration for policymakers. Look, I empathize with policymakers. It's not an easy job. This energy trillemma, I think all of us are in this together, and we are all trying to figure out what is the right balance. And if the answer was simple, trust me, we all would have done it. Right? There's a reason why, right? It's a reason why we don't have it. And I was running our Canadian business before moving into this role. So Canada does have a price on carbon. So every jurisdiction is evolving how they are thinking about this. Ultimately, I do think people will realize that is probably the most efficient pathway to getting to a lower carbon outcome. Interested, Mark?
I think the reason why we're all so enthusiastic about markets is because, the one truly inexhaustible resource we have at our disposal is, between our ears, and especially the collective, But then the question is, when there's a market failure, like climate change, where the cost of the activity isn't reflected in the consumption, the social cost of it, then the question is, well, how do you bridge that gap? Secretary Baker actually, had a proposal several years ago to say, if we use a carbon price because the price doesn't discriminate against trying to pick one winner or not, it leaves the open playing field for the innovation. You could recycle that money and rebate it to consumers in a way that tries to kind of offset some of the higher cost, while at the same time changing the relative playing field between high and low carbon forms of energy. So that's one potential way to manage it. But again, as we've seen, not only here but around the world, high energy prices are a source of great political volatility and risk.
Absolutely. David?
The only thing I'd say is I think politically it's going to be very difficult for the U.S. to pass a carbon tax, but a border tax adjustment. Or the thing I'm excited about is China has recently instituted a carbon tax. It's $10 a ton. It's low. They're trying to base that on a market price for carbon also. That will mean it will go up. So in a funny way, you could see China leading the world with a carbon tax and the U.S. having to follow. So I'm not predicting that, but I just think it's more likely to see China lead the world with a carbon tax than it is in the U.S. in some respects.
Yeah. So we're sitting here at Rice University in Houston, Texas. And that's long been the seat of the oil and gas industry. And now Houston has really positioned itself as a hub for energy innovation. We've got organizations like Greentown Labs. We've got the ION, where I know Chevron and Baker Botts and others are very heavily involved. And we have all of the resources of the oil and gas industry here in Houston. We've received a question about the role of higher education in meeting aspirational climate goals. And I think that kind of dovetails into something that we as a panel have talked about a little bit before, which is a little bit of the transferability of the skill sets from the oil and gas industry and how those can be utilized to effectuate the transition. So maybe we could kind of talk about your views on both kind of the transferability and then also ways in which higher education can be utilized for the purposes of moving the transition forward.
Well, I can start. I would say certainly Houston has a lot of strengths in the type of talent and the people that we have in the city, and that's represented across all the companies that are based out of Houston. And as you said, right, we have a long experience and history in an energy system that's always in transition. We all like to think that the energy transition is an issue of today. Yes, for climate change and global warming context, yes. But if you look back at the history of energy, it is always in transition. And the industry has shown that we can continue to adapt, bring new business model innovation, technology innovations, upskilling our people capability, which is at the center of all of these things. So we have demonstrated track record that we can do this. And I'm 100% sure that Houston will continue to be a very relevant and an important epicenter of energy transition. Specific to higher education, I'm a huge believer in education in general, right? I mean, any society that needs to maintain its competitiveness need to invest in the future talent and the workforce. And we are starting to see universities, and here we are at Rice, and maybe Mark, if you have some knowledge, or Ken can speak to it at some point. But we are starting to see how the programs are evolving to meet the evolving needs of the companies, right? We are looking to hire people that have a broader understanding of energy system, more systems engineers that not only just are focused on optimizing oil and gas wells and production, but understand the whole ecosystem of energy. And we are starting to see both from K through 12, the type of project, Chevron is engaged through our STEM program to create awareness. We are starting to see that evolution of equipping our high school, all the way from high school through universities, the next generation of our workforce with different skills and different talent. And we continue to carry that onto our workforce, because a typical person spends somewhere between, let's say, on an average, 30 years plus within a company like Chevron. So in that 3 decades, technology changes a lot. So it's not just what you learn in school, but how do we continue to educate them and equipping them with the new skills? That is something that we are focused on as a company. Maybe I'll let others build on it.
I mean, it's just the research university system in the United States is one of the greatest sources of competitive advantage that our country has in tackling this challenge. And I would just, note with gratitude the number of students that I see in the audience today. I mean, it's the level of engagement that I perceive, among the students that I interact with, on this issue is tremendous. And let's face it, you all are going to be the ones, you know that you're the ones inheriting the problem that we created. You're going to be the ones who solve it too. Forums like this and the university system will hopefully help provide the tools to do that.
Julie, I'd just say, I think the cautionary side to the optimistic side is that Massachusetts has had more clean tech startups than the entire state of Texas combined. So, they're used to academic startups. And if you go to A&M or Texas or Rice is a little bit different in this respect, but they'll tell you how many of their graduates have become CEOs of big companies. And they've really designed their curriculums out of creating leaders of big companies and good technical employees and business people. So our Texas system has been built around the scale of the energy industry and hasn't really been built to be nimble and to train the entrepreneurs of tomorrow. So, and the cautionary tale of that is Detroit, right? Tesla didn't come from Detroit. And if you're at the University of Michigan, you're training engineers to go work for GM and what have you. So I think there's some retooling that's going on. I'm excited about it. And Rice is really leading that in a lot of regards. And being in Houston and being nimble, that's great. But I think the entire education system needs to teach energy and climate, both. I think we need to create systems that encourage startups. Young people want to start companies today. I think more young people want to go to a young, small startup than they want to go to, SCF or BP or Chevron or what have you. So we have to foster that and build upon that. And I'm excited about the potential, but I'm also scared about the risk too, because Beijing, London, Boston, Bay Area, they see a huge prize in clean tech and they're moving fast. So we've got some catching up to do there too.
Absolutely, but a lot of great entrepreneurial history as well that hopefully we can
Spirit of
draw
Texas.
on. Yeah.
I also think, you have to measure innovation both in terms of not just the startups, right? It's also deploying and scaling technology, and that's where I think we shine. But David, not only you're worried about it, but I know you're actively working to, help support the entrepreneurial system. Maybe you can speak to it. I know you were just sharing that with me in the back room.
Thank you. Well, several of us created a program with Rice as one of our core partners called TechZ, and it's essentially how can Texas replicate the innovation ecosystem that has been built in Boston and in the Bay Area. So we essentially paid MIT to create a digital twin of that innovation system and then partner with Rice and U of H and A&M and Prairie View and UT. So those are the founding partners, and the program is designed to teach a balance of energy and climate curriculum, but also to provide all the tools necessary for young people in universities that if they want to start companies. So we do that in Texas. I think we can advance that, and MIT, from my standpoint, has really created a unique way of doing that and a unique culture. So, and it's happening. There's 80 companies in Greentown Labs today, and it's only 2 years old. We had 150 TechZ fellows come this week for an energy boot camp, PhDs, all interested in starting companies. So the flywheel is starting to run here, and like Balaji says, once this flywheel in Texas gets going, the potential's unlimited.
Very exciting times, I think, no matter how you slice it. So I think we have time for one final question, and I'd like to get each of your perspectives on it. We've talked about a lot of very long-term, very important, very exciting things that are going on in the energy industry. But how important is pragmatism when we are thinking about approaches to the transition, right? Chevron is a publicly traded company, and you have to think about how every program is going to impact the company. Do you think that some of the very aggressive, very aspirational targets and positions that were taken in the heyday in 2020 and 2021, where we started to see some of these targets really becoming very popular, right? And CEOs left and right committing to achieve certain things by certain dates. Has that hindered the transition? Did that set us back at all? And if it did, then what steps can companies and organizations take to try to facilitate an orderly transition? And I think your CEO has been quite public about talking about a pragmatic and orderly transition, and so maybe we could start there.
Sure. Yeah, certainly, Julie. I think we all need to be aspirational in how we think in a mindset of innovation and where we want to go, but the actions need to be grounded and commitments need to be grounded in pragmatism. Otherwise, you're creating a risk of, what you're talking about, right? It's the disorderly transition, whether it is creating spikes in prices or shortages in energy. Frankly, I think those are probably the biggest risks to energy transition, is not doing it in a thoughtful way. So I do think pragmatism is a very important word. I do think pragmatism starts with data and facts. Many times I know we can get really carried away by ideology and what we want the world to look like. And trust me, many people in the room share the same thing in terms of where we want to go, in terms of the end state. But how we get there really needs to be grounded in facts, on the practical realities of the energy system. I also think, two additional things I would say is we have to respond to market demand, at least from a company perspective. And we have to create more choices, right? The fact is, energy transition, the direction is pointed towards lower carbon, which we completely believe in, but the pace at which you're going to get there and what pathway you're going to take to get there remains highly uncertain. So whenever you're faced with large uncertainty, significant uncertainty, the pragmatic approach is you create options. both as a company, as a society, as a world. So we need more options.
Yep.
Mark.
I think in some ways Vladimir Putin did us a favor, because with the energy world in turmoil after the invasion of Ukraine, it's forced us to recognize that it's not just about the energy transition. That we need to make sure that we maintain secure and affordable energy system, through the process, and that we need, to pay attention to the word transition in energy transition, and to manage, a system so that we can maintain not just to improve the sustainability of it, while maintaining affordability and equity and domestic focus and security and all these balls in the air at the same time. So I'm guardedly optimistic that events over the last couple of years have positioned us to have that pragmatic, realistic conversation about it's not either or. We have to do all of these things. And our economic well-being, our political systems all depend on being able to meet all of these variables at the same time, and like Balaji said, if it were easy, then we wouldn't be here talking about it. It's not to say that, but just recognizing that we have to manage all of these objectives. I think recent events have forced us into that position, and that actually I think is a constructive way forward.
You might be the first and only person from this stage to thank Vladimir Putin for anything, but David will.
I'll just wrap up by saying that at Open Minds, our motto is progress over perfection. And I think you see events like COP and governments trying to work together, and even the IRA are very top-down approaches to the energy transition. And I'm super optimistic about the bottoms up, the entrepreneurs, the innovation, the work going on at universities, the free capital flows, the companies that are looking for innovation to move. But I really think that that up here you have governments trying to learn how to cooperate on a problem of a scale we've never had to solve before. But I'm very bullish on entrepreneurs and innovation. And that's where really progress, day to day, how do you eat the elephant one bite at a time? I'm really excited about that. So I think we're in for a really exciting 20 years.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, each of you, for your insights. We're so grateful to have you here today and for your participation. And thanks to the audience for the great questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting me in this spot. Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Francisco Monaldi. I am the fellow in Latin American Energy Policy here at the Center for Energy Studies at the Baker Institute. And continuing with this regional focus that we started with a European perspective, and we will have later on a Middle East perspective, now we're going to go into a Latin American perspective. And for that, we couldn't think of a better person to have than Felipe Bayón, the former president and CEO of Ecopetrol, the national, I should say, energy company of Colombia now, that Felipe headed for about 6 years. It is an honor to have you, Felipe, here at the Energy Summit. Felipe has been a leader in the energy industry in Latin America for 3 decades. He was the CEO of Pan American Energy in Argentina, had a more than 2 decades career in BP, where he rose to regional president of the Southern Cone and senior vice president of BP America. He was based here in Houston. He then took a very significant and interesting step in his career, accepting being the executive vice president and COO of the national oil company of his country, Colombia, Ecopetrol. And later, he became the CEO and president of Ecopetrol, which he led for 6 years and until March of this year, and we will hear about some of the important transformations that he accomplished there. He basically move the company into a diversified energy company, that has also activities outside of the borders of Colombia. And he's widely regarded as one of the most transformative and leaders, not only in terms of action, but also on thinking about what the industry should look like in the region. So, Felipe, I want to start by talking a little bit about, you have this unusual career that bridges the private sector, the public sector. You had worked in the Southern Cone, you have worked in the US, you of course have done a lot of work in Colombia until recently. And I wanted to explore, and you have gone from working on oil, working on natural gas, and then Ecopetrol got into the electricity sector. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about this journey, about how was it that you did sort of all these changes in your career, that you worked for one of the largest IOCs in the world, that has been sort of on and off a leader in the energy transition, now in a little bit of I wouldn't say maybe existential crisis, but looking at how to move ahead in this space. And then you had this massive step of moving into leading the NOC of your country, that is one of the most respected and well managed, but that it became even more so during your tenure. So there is a sort of a permanent change and transformation, not only sort of in your career, but in what the roles that you had to take and the things that you had to accomplish, because you were, of course, starting the energy transition there. So. What are some of those lessons that you can give us from that very interesting and ever-evolving career?
So thanks, Francisco, and it's great to be here, and it's great to be back at Rice, and it's great to be back in Houston. I was driving here through town on Monday night, and a lot of good memories in terms of families and my kids and school and stuff, and colleagues from work came back, so it's always good to be back here. So I had the opportunity of going back to Bogota, to Colombia, in 2016 after 21 years in BP. And very briefly, I'll share a story. I actually participated in the search for the CEO, and I didn't win. So somebody else got the job, Juan Carlos Echeverri, former Minister of Finance. And then he calls me and said, I need somebody who knows about operations. And they tell me, you're the guy. And initially I said, no, I don't want to go. I had a good house in Houston. We had a swimming pool. Now I know how much energy we spend in swimming pools, and I'm ashamed a bit. So, but then I said, look, maybe this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to go back to my country and do something for the country. And I started talking to him, and I said, what's the vision you have on the country and on the company? How do you envision this company in 10, 15 years? So I joined the company in early 2016. We had gone through the crisis of prices. So we had to do a lot of interventions and transformation. So getting that muscle sort of trained inside the company. And then he left after a year and a bit, so I was appointed CEO. And I did that for almost 6 years. And I'd say that Ecopetrol, who's now 72 years old, so very young in terms of energy, was an integrated oil and gas company from exploration, transportation, production, refining, marketing. And we said, how do we envisage the company being or transforming itself in the next 20 years? So we came up with something called the 2040 strategy, which is not very common for companies to think about 20 years out. Most companies say, look, it's 3 or 5 years and that's it, And as we're talking about forecasts, and we've heard earlier today, we know that forecast will be wrong. That's the one thing that we all know. And so we try to envisage what the company would need to look like. And basically it was saying, look, we need to grow within the energy transition. And on one side, there's no recipe for energy transition. You know, you don't Google it or you don't ChatGPT it and say, what's the energy transition? And the region, the country, the community, they need to decide how the energy transition looks. And we can talk about that a bit more. So grow within the energy transition. And long story short, it's in 20 years creating a new Ecopetrol, the size of Ecopetrol, so an EBITDA from 10 billion to 15 billion, and roughly half of that needs to be low emission businesses. So it's basically the challenge, creating a new company, the size of Ecopetrol, low emission businesses. The second thing is, how do you create this through something called sustainability? And people say, oh, you got that wrong. It's not spelled like that. In Spanish, we would say sostenibilidad. And people would say ingeniero. No, they call me ingeniero, engineer. That's spelled wrongly. And I said, no, it's putting the technology at the heart of being sustainable. How can you leverage on things around technology? The third thing is how to use innovation and technology. And it's basically, how can you create $20, $30 billion of value through people basically unlearning and then learning new things. And the fourth thing, it's not a non-for-profit. So how do you provide returns to your shareholders? Colombia is the 88.5% owner of Ecopetrol. And again, governance, very important. We can probably talk about that a bit more. Ecopetrol is actually listed in New York, which helps a lot in terms of governance. It's going through some challenges right now. It's probably all of the region, I think, is going through some challenges. But that, I think, was part of the vision and the transformation. And as you mentioned, we actually went out and bought a large transmission company. And people said, have you lost your mind? And I would say, look, without transmission, there's no transition. Never mind if you can generate with wind, with solar, with geothermal, whatever, hydro, the electrons. If you cannot take those electrons to where they're needed, that's game over, tilt. You're busted. So it was that vision, and then creating opportunities around hydrogen and obviously gas, very important in Colombia. Let's not only think about energy transition. For a lot of people, when we talk about energy transition, they don't even have energy. You know, it's about accessing energy and how can we provide access to that energy, but we can expand on any of those subjects.
Sure, I wanted to go a little bit before sort of going right into the energy transition strategy on your experience as the CEO of a national oil company or energy company now. Because, you know, it seems to me that, I mean, Ecopetrol is considered one of the best run national companies in the region and even in the world. But the national companies play a tremendous role in the developing world, but particularly in Latin America. They are dominant in all the major oil producers, except now Guyana, you know, a major player that is not, that doesn't have so far a national oil company. And unfortunately, in many cases, they have been sort of a deterrence for the full development of the energy sector in these countries. Of course, I don't have to tell you about my own country, Venezuela, that has this massive potential and produces less than Colombia. But in general, I would say that outside of Ecopetrol and Petrobras, in the region, the NOCs have been actually an obstacle to some extent to the development of the oil sector. So what, first of all, what do you think makes Ecopetrol slightly different from others? Is it the fact that it's listed? Is it the fact that Colombia is a country that historically has had a strong sort of judicial institutions, checks and balances and the like, although now it's a little bit concerning that some of these things might get eroded. But what are the elements that you think that are needed for having well-performed national companies, not even thinking about the energy transition? Of course, they are super needed for the energy transition, but even to just do their traditional job, you know, it has been a tremendous challenge. So what does it take for a good run national company?
So I'd say there's a few things that come to mind. The first one is that 20 years ago, Ecopetrol, who used to be the regulator and basically assigned all the leases and was the producing company, that role was split. So Ecopetrol had to compete with everybody else. So I think that created a lot of capabilities that the company didn't have. Point number one. Point number two, the salaries in most of those countries are not as good. So most people would like to go somewhere else or look somewhere else for opportunities. But then Ecopetrol was allowed to increase the base of the salaries and bring talent. And that was very important. So a lot of people that had been trained in international oil companies around the world came back. Even a lot of your country nationals from Venezuela, they came back and they were fundamental, for example, in developing the heavy crude oil areas in the country. So I think that was important. Governments were very respectful of how the company needed to be run. So they basically said it needs to be run as a technical operation and it needs to be run independently from government. Colombia entered OECD, and as part of that, 3 ministers priorly sat on the board of Ecopetrol, and they had to move out. So the Ministry of Mines, the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Planning, or the equivalent of the Ministry of Planning, left the company, so the board was independent. And there were provisions for the minority shareholders as well. So a lot of that sort of allowed the company to basically flourish, and basically said, wow, we can create a company that can operate as an IOC, but is an NOC. And that's that provides you a lot of flexibility. And the last thing I would say over the time I was there at Ecopetrol, people would say, look, you're not by any means one of the large companies in the world, but you're sitting at the right tables. And I say it's good in life when you stop being part of the menu and you sit at the table. And part of that is saying, look, how do you take control of your destiny in your own hands? So back to the 2040 strategy, it was that. Look, what's the vision for Ecopetrol? And I'd share with you that, Ecopetrol is a company that people like and actually feel a lot of appreciation for in Colombia and outside. And we've had our challenges in Colombia in terms of violence and you name it and things, but Ecopetrol was always there. So I think that's important. And that, all of these elements, I think, allowed the attraction of talent. I need to say that I'm worried, now that a lot of the talent is being let go or sacked, basically, because I think some of the capabilities will be lost in time, and some of the slowdown in activity and the ability to execute, and basically even do some of the things around transition will be impacted.
That's very concerning because, as I mentioned, other national companies in the region have either significantly deteriorated as PDVSA, but others, have had a lot of difficulty accomplishing the kinds of things that you were able to accomplish in Ecopetrol. So it's a concerning development, particularly now that Ecopetrol has to play this sort of bigger role in other areas. Moving a little bit on the sort of the energy transition policy in the region, right? We have, again, the two national companies that are the best run, Petrobras and Ecopetrol, seem to be the only ones in the region, and the governments of these two countries that seem to have sort of a strategy at this. So far, Colombia is now a little bit concerning, but that have thought about. The other seems to be, burying their head in the sand and hoping for the best. But I guess in part is, you are listed and you have the pressures of ESG of other companies, but clearly there was an element of leadership there in thinking, as you pointed out, ahead in the future. On the one hand, you see the strategy of Petrobras. Before Lula was much more aggressively, clearly defined as, producing as much as we can, exploring, and trying to reduce our cost and our carbon intensity, and basically develop the assets that are really profitable and sell others' assets in onshore and downstream, et cetera, et cetera. In the case of Ecopetrol, you had a strategy that also had a component developing the shale in the Magdalena basin, going into offshore with hand in hand with some international companies in areas that Ecopetrol hasn't been before in offshore. But now the new administration of Colombia has a sort of different perspective. They basically want to deliberately reduce hydrocarbon production. They know no more licenses or no more bidding rounds. And there were some also important changes sort of in the fiscal regime, but I think that's less sort of on an issue compared to this sort of deliberate policy of. And so that contrasts with the pragmatism of Lula in Brazil, that is willing to develop the equatorial margin and move ahead, even though he has this sort of tension between environmental issues. And so what is your take, first in Colombia, but in general, how the region should approach? This is a region that is very dependent in many countries on fiscal revenues and export revenues from oil. How should we think about the energy transition in our region from the perspective of the oil companies?
Sure. So the first thing, and I'll try to provide a bit of contextual reflections first. So the one thing is the world doesn't care if a ton of a kilogram of CO2 is emitted here in Houston, in Paris, in China, in India, in Alaska, or in Bogota, in Colombia. They don't mind. The globe doesn't care. But it does care, where do we actually invest in the right technology to ensure that we can reduce the emissions? The second thought is the enemy is not the source of energy, the source of energy specifically, and Mark, I think, was alluding to that in his reflections in the prior panel, but the enemy is the emissions. How do we fight the emissions? That's thought number two. And thought number three, let's assume for a bit that the US and Europe actually managed to get to a very, very good place in terms of transition. Let's bear in mind that transition will never stop. It's not an end game. That we don't get there and say, yeah, we've accomplished that. So 750 million people in Europe and in the US basically get to a very good place. And what about the 7.3 billion in the rest of the world? When you think not only about Latin America, but Africa, where of 1.4 billion people, there's only 600 million that have electricity sometimes. It's not reliable. So how do we ensure that we bring everybody and we don't leave anybody behind? So with those sort of background in terms of transition, I think the region, 660 or 670 million people in the region. So we consider Mexico as part of Latin America. Sometimes Mexico is part of North America. It doesn't matter. But 700 million people. It's a region that's fragmented. We don't work with each other. There was a joke in the conference here in Houston that Latin Americans, the only time they met was here in Houston. So we had to travel all the way to Houston to actually sit down and review our issues. So I think the countries are looking into different directions. Brazil, obviously, very dominant. Mexico, very dominant. Brazil probably producing 3 million barrels. Superb in terms of engineering and execution and deep water capabilities. But right now we're talking with a friend and colleague from Brazil saying, we see a lot of uncertainty in Brazil. Because some of the assets where Petrobras and the government wanted to bring private investments are sort of on hold and they're going back. Is there a risk of some of the leases being taken back by Petrobras? So uncertainty. And there's been conversation about uncertainty earlier today. Well, Venezuela is probably producing less than Colombia. It's burning or flaring 3 BCF of gas every day. And there's actually smuggling of gasoline from Colombia to Venezuela, which is something that you would have never thought was possible 20, 30 years ago. Argentina, production's going down in Vaca Muerta, in the shale. Mexico, they haven't been able to put their refineries up and running. So I think the region is not in a good place, and everybody's looking into their own direction. There's so many opportunities in the region. There's plenty of gas. Can there be some development of, I think, relevant gas hubs in the region? I think the answer is yes. And I think gas will be needed for the next 40, 50, 60 years or more. Because again, a lot of people in the region use wood and coal or dung to cook. How do we bring them into the fold? And how do we provide, and I really enjoyed the conversation around methane or methane, depending on where you are in the Atlantic, that we had before, because, and I'll share a story here very quick. So I was showing the plumes of methane going up from tank farms in the operation. And the guy who ran the operations at Ecopetrol was sitting next to me, and he was crying. I said, what's going on? I said, 20 or 30 years I've been going up and down those tanks. I didn't have a clue. So once you use technology to make things visible, you can go and address them. So very important, get the gas there, but do it properly and avoid leaks of methane. So I do believe there's a lot of opportunity, but sometimes it may be difficult. So particularly in the government of Colombia, before they came into office, and I had the opportunity of sitting with all of them, the president, the ministers, initially they said, oh, we only have 7 or 8 years of reserves, so let's prohibit exports of crude so we can double reserves. Mathematically it works. Technically it doesn't. Once you close fields, it's very difficult to put them back into production. Not only that, but 40% of the exports of the country come from oil. So how do you replace that? Even if you think about tourism, and green economy, it's going to take a lot of time. Then they say, well, no more exploration and no fracking. And in particular around Ecopetrol, the potential of unconventionals in Colombia is massive. People would say the rocks. Cindy, back to your rocks. It's always the rocks. It's much bigger in terms of potential. That's Eagle Ford or some of the areas here in the US. So we came to the US in 2019, created a JV with Occidental. We had something called COVID in the middle. I was investigated by some agencies in government in Colombia, and I summoned to the Senate and Congress, and you name it. Long story short, it's producing 100,000 barrels today in 4 years. So it's possible to do things. And people would say, oh, it's all about the emissions. Fracking is very bad because of the emissions. And I said, do you know what the average carbon intensity of a barrel is in the world? I may get the number wrong, but it's 51 kilograms per barrel. Kilograms of CO2. In the Permian operations, 7.8 kilograms. So should we shut down all the other production in the world to benefit the Permian? Because it's better for the environment. Remember that the world doesn't care where the emissions are made. So I think there's opportunity, and then they said, well, no exploration, no fracking. And even when the president of a country goes to the UN and says oil and coal are the same as cocaine, it's very damaging, in terms of the appeal or the intent of people to invest in a country. And I do see that investment, not only in Colombia, in the region, people are saying we'll hold back. Geological times last longer than political times, hopefully. So I think when people think about 20, 30 years out, they said, we'll hold that for now, the investments, but we can go forward. But in terms of transition, lots of opportunity. There's a lot of hydro. It's becoming more difficult to do big reservoirs because you need to move populations and displace people, and it creates some impact. Everything that we do as human beings creates impact. So there's a lot of hydro opportunity. Nuclear is somehow present in Argentina and Brazil, Basically, there's a lot of renewables capability. But the problem, I think, is the pace at which you can basically do things. So it's, can you connect those sources back to the market? So now the permitting processes, the community processes are taking longer and longer and longer. So I do sense, even though there's a lot of opportunity, and I'm very optimistic, I think there's some time that it's being lost for good in terms of our ability to, at the end of the day, accelerate on the transition, do it at a pace that doesn't hinder or cause more impact on people economically. And what do we want to do? Bring energy to the people. You know, that creates one of the most powerful ways of closing gaps, especially in a region like Latin America.
We have only a few more minutes, but I just wanted to ask you on the decision of, so you have the strategy of what the country wants to do in terms of energy transition, but how does the national company fit in, particularly the national oil company, in the sense of, take us briefly through your decision of getting into electricity transmission. What other things do you think, because it's a totally different business, right? Highly regulated, low returns, typically no exports. Occasionally there are some electricity generation that exports, but sort of it's a very different type of business, not only for a national company, for any oil company getting into electricity is it's a decision that and there are other things that you might want to do in terms of energy transition, but should you, the national company, do them, or should you focus on what you do best, which is producing oil, and let other entities in the government or of course in the private sector do it? So some final reflections on that.
Sure. So the company that Ecopetrol bought the majority of is called ISA. And it's a company that operates in Brazil, operates in Chile, in Peru, and in Colombia. And it virtually touches 180 million people every day. So it's very large in terms of how it extends in different parts of the region. And when we looked at it, we said, look, we need to think about, do we go into power generation? Do we go into power transmission? We can't do both because of regulation. So we had to choose. And the returns on transmission were much higher. And it's a deal that we could do because the owner was the government. So we could do that transaction very, very quickly. As a matter of fact, between the time that we signed the contract and closed, it was 9 days. And I remember a lot of people from the banks in New York said, hey, you really put us on a spot, because our bosses in New York say, how come you can't do things as quickly as Ecopetrol, in terms of closing the deal? And then, if you imagine the region for a second, a map of the region, and if you can connect Brazil and Argentina and Chile and Peru and Colombia, and then Panama with transmission lines, you can create a very integrated region. And this is something that I shared with President Petro of Colombia 18 months ago. And I said, we have the opportunity of basically getting the region to a different place. So that was part of the thought process when we bought ISA. It's actually performed much, much better than we expected. It's actually working very, very well. It's doing more stuff in Panama. It's working on the connections between Colombia and Ecuador, and Colombia and Venezuela. So there's integration possibilities. And the last thing I'd say is, last year Ecopetrol was 15% of the national budget. So how do you ensure that you can protect that going forward with a company that continues to do what it does well in terms of producing oil and gas, and ensuring that that can generate funds to help the energy transition? Because that's costly, When everybody wants green hydrogen, but once you do the math, and it's 6 times more expensive than gray hydrogen, how are you going to force your refineries to take that hydrogen? Or even the markets in Europe. As somebody said from the Middle East, a good friend said, look, Felipe, in hydrogen in particular, we're all competing for a market that doesn't exist, that we need to create.
Well, thank you very much, Felipe. I think we have covered a lot of ground, and I think, of course, there are a lot of things that we could continue to discuss. But thank you very much for enlightening us with.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. Great to be back in Houston. Thanks.
All right, so just about 20-some minutes before lunch here, so want to keep things moving. I'm Jim Crane from the Center for Energy Studies here at the Baker Institute. I do research and some teaching on energy and geopolitics. I teach a couple of classes here at Rice in the MBA program and our Masters of Energy Economics and the Masters of Global Affairs. And a lot of what I do is on the Middle East, on the energy transition in the Middle East, and climate approaches and climate risks, energy subsidies, et cetera. And that's the region we're going to be turning to now. So zooming, multiple thousand miles east of Colombia and to Kuwait. In the Gulf. So I wanted to introduce my conversation partner here today, Shema Al-Ghunaim, who is the Deputy Managing Director for Planning at Kuwait Petroleum Corporation. So Shema's been there at KPC for the last 26 years, kind of working her way up through the company, all the way from graduating, from her graduation, starting out as a petroleum engineer, and now all the way up to heading planning, a big team of planners that does short and long-term planning, strategic planning for Kuwait Petroleum. And as you know, Kuwait Petroleum is a national oil company that grew out of discoveries of oil, big discoveries way back in the 1930s. Originally, by a company that's now BP and Gulf Oil originally had the concession that was later nationalized and later became what we know as KPC. And also, I should also say, Kuwait has been a really important partner for us here at the Baker Institute, and even actually before the Baker Institute was founded, right? So if you think back to 1990, 1991, when Kuwait was invaded by 100,000 troops storming across the border from Iraq, it was a couple of guys from Houston that helped put together the big international coalition that turned that around and restored Kuwait's sovereignty, right? So I'm talking about, of course, the first President Bush and the founder of the Baker Institute, right? So Secretary of State, then Secretary of State James Baker, who were pretty instrumental in that. And the partnership, so Kuwait was helped us in our early days getting started. The partnership continues today. We have a visiting research fellow here, my colleague Osama Al-Saeg from the Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research. And so, Shema, we appreciate you visiting us all the way from Kuwait and coming all the way to chat with us today. Wanted to just kick off by, if you could just tell us a bit about the Kuwait Petroleum Company, what it means to the global oil market, and your role there.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you, Baker Institute, for inviting me. Just to give you a flavor about Kuwait, Kuwait is highly dependent on the oil and gas industry. So 90% of the Kuwaiti government revenue comes from the selling of oil and gas. as well as 50% of the GDP is based on the oil and gas and petrochemical industries. Kuwait have the second largest oil field, which is Burgan field. We have, as a state of Kuwait, we have almost 7% of the oil reserves in the world. KPC was established in 1980, so way after the exploration and development of the oil and gas. It was established to bring all of the government entity companies working under the oil and gas umbrella underneath single umbrella, and that is taking the oil from exploration, production, development, production, transportation, as well as refining and petrochemical. Recently, Kuwait, despite the COVID and the era of the COVID, during the COVID, we have managed to start up one of the mega projects in the world, which is the Clean Fuel Project, which elevates the quality of the products produced from two of our refineries into the Euro specs in Mina Abdullah and Mina Ahmadi refineries. And we managed to do it despite the COVID period. This was one of the major projects that has been developed in a single shot of revamping and ongoing refineries while they're in operation. So, and we have been taking several acknowledgement on the success of startup, as well as you all know, Kuwait is a net gas importer for meeting the local energy demand. We have started or commissioned the LNGI, the LNG import facility, which is also one of the largest in the world in terms of storage capacity of LNG. And it was started just after the COVID, and the final construction was happening despite the COVID. KBC have multiple assets both inside and outside Kuwait. We're recognized internationally. We're net exporter of oil, and we have customers all across the globe with a focus on the Asian market because of its need and demand. I hope this gives in a nutshell what is KPC and the state of Kuwait.
Yeah, so a great thumbnail for us. So two things that you said there really caught my attention. I wanted to draw you out on two things. First of all, when you mentioned, that the audience, understands that Kuwait's a net gas importer. How many of you did understand that Kuwait was a net gas importer? So hold your hands up. How many of you suspect or assume Kuwait was a net gas exporter? Right? Most of us probably here in the U.S. think that country that's got such large oil reserves probably also has really large gas reserves and probably exports a lot of gas too, right? So I mean, this is always a question we cover in my teaching, that when you look around the Middle East, there's lots of big oil exporters. There's not a lot of big gas exporters, right? And Kuwait is a net importer, including from the U.S., right? So that LNG terminal that has been just opened, and prior to that, the temporary floating LNG terminals, they were bringing in, gas from right around us here, from the Permian in Texas, flowing all the way to Kuwait, which I think folks in the U.S. always find a little bit mind-boggling. So, wondered if you could, we could draw you out a little bit on longer-term plans for gas. Is LNG just a fact of life going forward in perpetuity for Kuwait, or do you have some gas reserves that are yet undeveloped? I know there's a sort of a geographically tricky field, the Dura field, right? That's offshore. I believe it's offshore, right? Yes. And it's on the border between Kuwait and Saudi, but also potentially, Iran has some claims on this. I think the Kuwait and Iran maritime boundary maybe is yet to be demarcated. So what are your plans for LNG and for gas in general in Kuwait?
Probably let me go back one step, if you allow me, Jim. Kuwait is one of the hottest countries in the region and in the world. So, and we have a very long summer, so we're a very energy intensive country per capita. We have air conditions that works probably 12 months of the year rather than just seasonal. So it's a very hot country. So gas is needed to meet the increasing energy demand. Although we have some developments in the gas fields, we have domestic gas fields in the Jurassic era, one of the geological eras, and we're targeting by end of or beginning of 24 to raise our production from these fields to 1 billion cubic feet per day. However, this is not sufficient to meet the growing energy demand inside the state of Kuwait, and hence the LNG is becoming something a long-lasting strategy for us, and it relieves the oil and maximize our export to meet the growing demand of utilizing these crudes into the refined products and subsequently to the petrochemical business, rather than just firing them to generate electricity inside the state of Kuwait. So it's a lifetime decision.
Wow. Yeah. So that Dura field, is that likely to be developed?
The Dura field currently, we with the Saudi Arabian government and oil companies are working onto the development plan, where it is going to be developed both onshore and offshore. So there is the platform offshore for the gas production, and then it's going to be processed onshore, split in half. Each country takes their share. So we're talking about 500 million scuffs per day once it's fully commissioned.
Okay.
The target is to have it on stream by 28-29, which is a very stretched target, but hopefully things goes on as planned.
Yeah, and one of the things that you said about power demand in Kuwait is really interesting. This is one of the things I did my PhD on, was looking at electricity demand in the Gulf countries. I think it might surprise the audience. Power demand in the U.S. is really high. Power demand in Kuwait on a per household basis is much higher. It's sort of 6 to 8 times higher for the average household. It is very hot in Kuwait, and power demand is just it's a fact of life. Also, power is pretty inexpensive in Kuwait, and the government still subsidizes power to the tune of less than a cent per kilowatt hour. I wondered, so on that topic, if we could just sort of look around the Gulf a little bit. The energy scene, if you will, in the Gulf is getting pretty interesting right now. We're seeing a lot of upstream investment. The UAE has got a really ambitious upstream investment plan. It's it's going from 3 million barrels a day to now it says it's at 4. Wants to go to 5 by it just pushed up the timeline to 2027. The Saudis moving from 12 to 13 million barrels a day, and Kuwait now as well has an expansion program. At the same time, though, we've got, COP28 is about to open up in Dubai, and these expansion plans are coming across, on the background of, really serious and, from what we're hearing initially from Sultan Al Jaber, pretty ambitious climate goals, and we're seeing, the regional countries establishing net zero goals. This is something I've been writing about. Net zero 2060 in Kuwait, I believe, 2060 in Saudi, 2050 in the UAE. These are very energy intensive societies. They're big energy exporters, of course, but very energy intensive societies. But there are also places that have a ton of advantages that you don't often hear about for decarbonization, right? There are lots of sun, lots of empty land, very close to their population centers, great geology, great engineering skills, et cetera. So I wonder if we could talk a little bit about the way the energy scene is evolving, on both ends, sort of on the increasing production end and then as well as on some steps towards decarbonization.
Sure, Jim. If I would like to start first by saying that as of today, the Kuwaiti barrel is considered one of the lowest carbon footprint. Kuwait has been investing for the past decade in reducing flaring, maximizing the quality of the products that sells, the petroleum products that sells into the market. And we have been investing a lot on that matter. However, this is a very big dilemma, how to manage both ends of the equation, making sure that the oil and gas business still survive within this competitive arena, while at the same time meets the commitment of the state of Kuwait and the world towards the meeting the 1.5 degrees Celsius. KBC believes that as a KPC and as a country that the demand for oil is going to continue. So we need to invest to make sure that our barrel remains has the competitive advantage, both from cost-wise as well as the other end, which is making sure that it has the lowest carbon footprint. And this is why KBC have already, and this was announced in the COP27, KBC is planning to reach, or has already committed to reach the net zero by 2050. And several initiatives are underway to ensure that we reach the net zero by 2050. And this is not meaning that we're going to reduce our plans in the oil and gas expansion. It means how to make sure that we abate the emissions from our own production to ensure that what we produce to the world is a greener type of oil and gas. We have just started our strategy. It's going to be a journey. It's not going to be an easy thing. Probably my colleagues who talked earlier today have alluded to some of the areas. Technology is a must. There are lots of technologies that needs to be mature, accessible, and feasible from an economical point of view. This is a very important part of meeting the net zero goal. Some finance is needed. Although we're producing oil and due to the high oil prices nowadays, it means that we have abundance of money, but this is not true because we have the commitment to our people, to our infrastructure, and there is lots of finances. I was reading the McKinsey report. They were talking about almost $270 trillion that are needed from now until 2050 to achieve the net zero on a worldwide level, which means that almost 10 trillion annually going on, which is a huge amount of finance that is needed to reach. And the third challenge to meet the net zero is going to be having the right skills and capability, which also was mentioned. These are new technologies that people not yet aware of or know how to operate them. We need people to think outside the box, so the solution that used to work will not work going forward. And this would be the balancing, this will ensure that we balance both agendas, making sure that we still produce our oil and gas and going with the energy transition strategy and making sure that we deliver the cleanest barrel of fuel.
Excellent. So I wanted to maybe take you back to the upstream expansion. So it's 3 to 4 million barrels a day by when?
We're planning to reach 4 million barrels per day by 2035. We have already started our development towards achieving that target. Most of the infrastructure is either in the construction stage or already commissioned. It's now just to make sure how to use the energy transition to maximize the oil production, which is through what we have been talking about, the CCUS as one of the alternatives to capture carbon from the refinery and re-inject it in our oil fields to maximize the oil recovery, and hence we can have both parts of the story trying to be answered.
Hey, I just want to mention to the audience that if anybody has any burning questions, please write them on a card and hold them up, and somebody can grab and bring them up. So on that expansion, so going from 3 to 4 million barrels a day, I mean, I mentioned, there's some other, you're not the only country in the region that's expanding, and everybody that's expanding also happens to be an OPEC member, right? So, OPEC, as we know, is now OPEC Plus. It's got, some surprising, and I guess from a U.S. perspective, potentially dismaying, unity of purpose on a whole withholding production and cooperation between Saudi Arabia and Russia. Some surprising, really surprisingly close cooperation between Saudi Arabia and Russia, as we've been writing about here at the Baker Institute. So I wanted to ask you, given that you're expanding, what do you see as your opportunities for actually bringing that new capacity on stream? I mean, is this going to be spare capacity you're going to be holding in abeyance, or you think you have a good chance of actually bringing it online and having OPEC adjust your quotas accordingly?
As you know, we're living in a very dynamic world, and things happen between one day and the next. So with all of the geopolitical happening in every region across the globe, some changes in the economic arena. So what we're planning, similar to any other OPEC and GCC countries, is to have the spare capacity to ensure the market that we're ready to supply our customers, to supply our people once it's needed. And we're committed as a country to the OPEC plus guidelines and quota. And we're not going to produce above that, but it's good to ensure the market and give the right sentiment towards the market where we're heading.
So got a couple of interesting questions, one of which we already spoke a bit about, the Dura field. A question is asking, is it enough to make Kuwait self-sufficient in natural gas? And
no.
That's pretty clear it's not, right?
We have built the LNGI terminal with 3,000 billion BTU of capacity, and this is to meet just almost 10 days of requirements. So this will not be sufficient. We would require more. However, it would reduce our dependency on LNG import, but it will not eliminate it. The energy requirement in the state of Kuwait is growing. There are new cities that are being developed, new infrastructure, and all of this requires extra power generation.
I mean, still even burning oil for making power, right? I mean, so it's I think one of the things is to push some of the oil out of the
Probably,
the
if you allow
sector.
me to add, one of the major projects which is expected to be fully on stream by the end of the year is Zohr Refinery, which is a 600 plus refining capacity refinery, which was built basically, it's a very basic refinery. It's a non-money making refinery. It was built to produce the low sulfur fuel oil as an alternative to supply the Ministry of Electricity and Water to ensure that the power generation continues. So this shows how much we're dependent on the energy.
Yeah. Another question, so why isn't Kuwait looking to Qatar for gas imports? But you are importing some gas from Qatar, right? And I think that there was a plan to build the Dolphin pipeline, correct me if I'm wrong here, from Qatar, but I think it was blocked by Saudi Arabia.
At one point of time, the right-of-way was not granted, so it was not done. We're currently, one of the contracts that we have for gas import for the next 10 or 12 years is from Qatar. So we're working closely with Qatar, but we're also importing from other countries depending on the needs.
I mean, one of the things that always drives me, just I find mind-boggling when I'm in Kuwait is that if you're in northern Kuwait, this country that's so short on gas, you can look across the border and see the giant flares on the other side of the border around the Rumaila oil field in Iraq, in southern Iraq. You know, I mean, it's just, you know, this enormous waste of gas. Or if you're flying in over Iraq, you can just see the, you know, these massive flares, you know, surrounding these. You can see the, you know, the outlines of the oil fields because of all the flares. And then, you know, right across the border, you know, they're bringing in shale gas all the way from the U.S. I mean, to me, I just find the lack of gas trade in the region astonishing. You know, with such, you know, the oil is distributed fairly evenly around the region, but gas is not. I mean, you know, Iran and Qatar really have a lot of the gas, and you know, there just isn't the kind of trading that we would need to really, you know, to move it around the region sufficiently.
Actually, I was part of the negotiation team with the Iraqi government towards importing gas through pipeline from Iraq. However, due to political reasons and that there are lots of regions in Iraq that is not powered sufficiently, it was decided by the government of Iraq not to supply us to avoid turbulence inside inside Iraq due to shipping the gas for us to power Kuwait instead of powering the locals.
I mean, pretty clear that there's a tough relationship between those two countries, right? With some history, definitely some history there. Let's see, how much time do we have here? Can I go over a couple of minutes, one or two? One or two more questions here, and then we'll break. Okay, so given the high potential for solar and the low barriers for entry, you know, why isn't Kuwait and the GCC investing in solar? I mean, I think we are seeing, I mean, yes, it's a laggard, so the UAE does have substantial solar investment. You know, they're generating, it's up, you know, it's less than 5% of their power, but it's creeping up. You know, Saudi's just starting. Kuwait was kicking off a really big project. I think you guys were investing in a big solar project, but it didn't go ahead. I was wondering if maybe you could talk a bit about that.
Unfortunately, it did not go ahead. Currently, the Ministry of Electricity and Water is spearheading the initiative, and they're working towards, I think they're currently in the feasibility study for a 4 gigawatt solar plant, if I'm not mistaken, 3 to 4 gigawatt. And the plan is a little bit laggard, but I think we're coming at the right time because with the cost of generating solar energy, that makes it more feasible for us to come now instead of that time when it was more expensive than what we're seeing.
And then lastly, I guess I'll just ask you one last thing before we go. Is there any opportunity for electricity trading around the GCC? I know we've been hearing about this and even beyond the GCC and out into the Middle East. You know, I know the countries are now all interconnected.
Yes.
I'm hearing about an interconnection now between Saudi and Iraq planned, Saudi and Egypt. So this, you know, the interconnection authority exists. It's theoretically possible to trade power. You know, when are we going to see a bit more power integration?
That's correct. There is the interconnection between the GCC countries in terms of energy, and we, as at least I'll speak about the state of Kuwait. We have purchased through that interconnection when we had power shortage when one of the power station was down. It is used or kept as a backup plan for all of the GCCs. So whichever country that requires for any reason to purchase, then the interconnection is happening. The interconnection with Iraq is as well happening soon to ensure that the energy flow in the region is happening once and if needed. However, each country has its own demand, and this is kept as a backup for any spare capacity to be utilized in emergency, more than just a normal trading operation of electricity.
So big electricity price differences between countries, right? So I think that makes it a bit of a hurdle there. So someday maybe we'll see some harmonization on prices and some price rationalization, and I think maybe the trading will go forward. But anyway, I'd like to give a big thank you to Sheikh Al-Ghanem for coming all the way from Kuwait. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so it's lunchtime, everybody. We'll meet out. The tent is out in the plaza.
Before we kick off this last panel, just one public service announcement. I've been told that about 1:20, everybody's cell phone will alert for about 60 seconds. So if you were ready for that, great. If not, now you are. We'll see how that goes. But nobody run for the exits. It's a planned event, apparently. My name is Tom Holmberg. I'm a partner at Baker Botts. I'm based in the Washington, D.C. office of Baker Botts, and I'm privileged to be down here. I'm a last-minute substitution for my other partner, David Jetter, who couldn't make it today, but I'm very honored to be speaking with you in this wonderful panel this afternoon. Our topic today is natural gas and the future of energy. Today on the panel, we'll explore the full role of natural gas and LNG, including energy security, reliability in electric power markets, backup for renewables, and related topics like geopolitical impact, climate, emissions, and the like. First, I'd like to start off introducing our panelists. To my left, we have Commissioner Jimmy Glotfelty. He serves as Commissioner of the Public Utility Commission of Texas. Commissioner Glotfelty was appointed by Governor Greg Abbott in August 2021 and has an impressive career in the energy industry, both in the public and private sectors. He served as Senior Policy Advisor to the U.S. Secretary of Energy Spencer Abraham and Energy Policy Director to Texas Governor George W. Bush, and has held key positions at private companies like Calpine and Quanta Services. To Commissioner Glotfelty's left is Sarah Bairstow, who is President and Chief Commercial Officer of Mexico Pacific Limited, a Houston-based company developing the Saguaro LNG liquefaction project in Sonora, Mexico. Sarah was previously head of commercial LNG and strategic projects for the Gladstone LNG project in Australia, where she secured long-term LNG sale and purchase agreements and built and ran the commercial LNG desk for nearly 10 years. To Sarah's left is Stephen Miles. He is a fellow in global natural gas for the Center of Energy Studies of the Baker Institute. His research includes energy transition issues related to LNG, natural gas markets, renewable energy, and energy storage. Stephen also serves as senior counsel at Baker Botts, where he headed the LNG team for much of his 35 years as a lawyer, and where he was a friend and mentor to me for many years. It's nice to see you, Stephen, to be up here on the dais. And to Stephen's left is Davis Thames. He is the founder, president, and CEO of Western LNG, the developer of the Silesms LNG project in British Columbia, along with project proponents, the Nisga'a Nation and Rockies LNG Partners. Davis previously held several senior roles at Cheniere Energy, including president of Cheniere Marketing, where he was responsible for developing the commercial model for the Sabine Pass LNG liquefaction project, and where he led negotiations of long-term LNG sales and purchase agreements, where he and I actually had a few late nights ourselves many years ago. Yeah. So it's a really great panel. I'm really excited for our discussion. And I want to kick it off by just noting that the panelists bring academic, commercial, and regulatory perspectives to this topic. And this panel on the stage in front of you represents an interesting arc in natural gas history, so to speak. When I started at Baker Botts and started working in the LNG industry with Stephen Miles, LNG was a point-to-point industry. The United States and Texas, indeed, were looking at natural gas imports, to supplement domestic supply, which was waning at the time. Years later, Stephen and I worked with Davis to set the table for what would be the first LNG exports from the lower 48. That model has shifted, and now we have U.S. gas being exported from projects that are being developed in places like Mexico, which Sarah's working on, and other North American supplies being worked on for exports from Canada. And then we're sitting in Texas, where which is now a participant in the global gas and LNG trade. Weather events like Winter Storm Uri and extreme heat this past summer have focused more debate on the role of natural gas and renewables in providing reliable power to domestic users, which obviously bleeds into discussions about global exports of LNG, which is why we have the commissioner on the dais with us today. So I'd like to thank you all for joining us today, and I look forward to a robust and hopefully not terribly civil discussion, because we want to entertain our guests, but you can make any decisions you want on that front. I'd like to kick off the discussion with asking Commissioner Glotfelty a question. I mentioned in my opening remarks the kind of extreme weather events that have been felt in Texas. And this past summer was a challenging summer for Texas. There were record temperatures and frequent power emergencies. Can you just set the stage by telling us a little bit about the challenges facing ERCOT and the role that natural gas is playing in meeting energy supply?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me here. It's always great to be back here and speak. Setting the stage, first I will say I'm not an LNG expert. You have those down here. But what we do is we spend quite a bit of time looking at natural gas as a fuel for our electric generation in Texas. We've faced two very different storms, so to speak, over the last year and a half, one in the winter, one in the summer. Very different, but what we need to do is we need to ensure that our electric power is reliable and affordable. And we are trying to take actions to make that happen. I will tell you that natural gas is the workhorse of our system. It has been for many years, since it overtook coal in the late 90s, and it will continue to be for quite some time. And that means that we generate more electricity from natural gas-fired power plants than any other type of resource. We also have more capacity in that space. So we have the largest amount of capacity. The difference is capacity means how much you actually could produce. So it's like if you think about horsepower on a car. If you have a 500 horsepower car, your capacity is 500 horsepower. If you really only produce 355 as you're driving, then your energy is 355. We have a lot more capacity than we're using today, and that's because of prices. The prices of renewables are much lower, and that is creating a financial challenge with big, high capital cost projects in our state. And the limited ability to build new big capital projects in our state is creating a reliability challenge. So we're trying to figure out how we operate the system in the summertime to solve the summer peak challenge, which what we had here. We set 10 records this past summer on demand for electricity. This past summer, or this year to date, our load has increased 6.6% and over 8% last year. So a 14% increase. Any industry, is pretty much a deer in the headlights when that happens. We're no different here. We're lucky we had excess capacity. The challenge that we're facing in the summertime is very different from what we're facing in the wintertime. The wintertime is these new resources, wind and solar, that we have been relying more and more on. Our wind picks up in the evening time after the lights have already gone, after the sun has already set, and solar sets earlier. So we have a window from 5 to 8 or 5 to 9 that we're trying to fill in this gap. And the question becomes, how much of that will be natural gas, old plants, how much will be batteries, how much will be new technologies? So gas will continue to be a very, very big role, play a very big role in ERCOT for a long time. But how and when and during what hour, it's all changing very quickly.
That's it. That's a really interesting and insightful answer. And let's focus a little bit on the role of gas, and the mix that it will play in Texas. And then I want to start locally and then go a little bit more broadly. Okay. And so, for example, Texas is an exporter of gas as well as using it domestically. And Sarah, you are developing a project on the Pacific coast of Mexico. Much of that gas is planned to come from the Permian. Is that correct? What are your views on Texas gas and the role that it meets in meeting your anticipated supply needs?
Yeah, I mean, the Permian Basin really is the crown jewel of natural resources in US and arguably North America. And I think to the Commissioner's point, it's not only about reliability and affordability in our backyards and here at Texas, but extending that opportunity throughout, the continent and more broadly, for us in particular, into Asia. The Permian Basin is incredibly special. It is the largest and the lowest cost natural gas basin in the world. And if you unpack that, 600 TCF of natural gas resources. We apply that to LNG, you would need to build 800 LNG projects. We've currently got 4 operating, 4 under construction. Like, it's such a huge scale. But what makes it incredibly unique is that it is, of course, associated gas for primarily liquids drilling production in the most profitable liquid sort of drilling area of the country. And so the associated gas is produced on average at $0 an MMBTU. It's really a headache for producers, all the more so now with environmental and regulatory constraints, which is a good thing. So now we have to look at it a little differently around, there is a phenomenal asset, a really great opportunity for the US.
Every man for himself.
Exactly. As long as it's not a beeper for questions. But you know, how do you...
I think this is supposed to go for about 60 seconds. That's a time check. It's 1:20. All right, that was exciting.
Oh.
I was going to chastise all of you for failing to turn off your cell phones.
So look, I think it's really a phenomenal opportunity, a brilliant resource that is in abundance and incredibly affordable. So the question then turns, in addition to utilization of that gas here in Texas, there is so much more that needs to be evacuated. And so how do you best monetize that gas? And we've really proved out that you can take that gas, you can liquefy it on the Pacific coast. For us, we're doing it in Mexico, and take it out into the largest LNG markets in the world, Asia. So you're essentially creating a bridge between the Permian Basin and Asian LNG markets, and by virtue of that, creating the lowest delivered natural gas into Asia globally. So more affordable than Qatar, etc. And the level of opportunity that brings is astounding. I mean, you know, and it's not a marketing pitch. We're sold out, we're done. But, you know, our customers really speak to that validation of this opportunity, and we think there'll be many, many more after us. We've got the largest LNG buyers and the largest Permian producers that have signed up for 20 years to monetize that gas through our facility into Asia. So I think the market's spoken, it's validated this is a model that works, and now we can turn to the future around how do you continue to monetize that and to keep that gas flowing.
And that's a really interesting almost segue into what I want to discuss with Mr. Miles, you know, because I really do see Texas and North America, you know, playing a role in helping provide low-cost energy to develop, countries outside of the U.S. and provide lower carbon energy outside of the U.S. But let's stick for just a little bit longer on the domestic supply nexus to these exports. So Davis, you know, when we were working together many moons ago, we both had more hair on our heads. There was no LNG export from North America, and now it accounts for a substantial proportion of U.S. gas supply. And this gets to a conversation you and I were having, in fact, before the session this afternoon, when you came up with some really interesting numbers. How do you see that trend continuing, and how does that fit into essentially what the global demand for energy and for LNG is?
There we go. I was thinking about the commissioner's comments about the competition, well, the need to supply power throughout the day in Texas. We had a long summer of a lot of shortages all summer long. We've seen growing LNG exports from Texas and Louisiana and the rest of the United States over the last 10 years. But back when we first did Sabine Pass, we added a feature to that contract that had never been seen before. And this was an idea that an off-taker could cancel a cargo. And I think you mentioned earlier that in the early days of the LNG industry, and Sarah can speak to this better than me, but the idea was sort of a tramline trade where you load here, you offload, you come back, you load, you offload. We really tried to enable with Sabine Pass global liquidity, and a part of that was this cancelability of cargoes. That arose from a conversation at the DOE about what happens if we need the gas here. And the response that we came up with was, well, that means that the price is going to go up to the point that the off-takers don't want it, and they'll cancel the cargoes, and there's more gas here. And so there's this kind of market element that permeates all of Texas supply. It's built into the concepts for North American, especially U.S. LNG exports. And I think that it really speaks to Sarah's points about the Permian Basin, about this idea of what's the resource we have here in the United States and where does that go? I kind of look at it from a different point of view is why is it that people need the resource? And when you look around the world, we export now from the United States and the rest of the LNG exporting countries gas to countries that don't have resources themselves. So the entire Japanese market is essentially energy poor, except for the wind power that's there and the nuclear energy. And so I think it's easy to forget that this isn't really just a trade, and it's not really just about economics, it's about people's livelihoods and industry and growth. And we don't spend much time thinking about the number of people around the world that live in energy poverty, principally because we don't really know what energy poverty means. You know, that you can't just turn on a light in the evening, that you can't actually turn on a faucet and get water, that you can't refrigerate your dinner from last night, you can't refrigerate medication. There's 3 billion people in the world that live in energy poverty. And when you think about this resource that we have here in North America, that really is much larger than we probably will ever use, we have this kind of duty to be thinking about the users in other places and what we can do to export it. With that in mind, though, the numbers are somewhat staggering, and to getting to your point, Tom, there's a consultancy that's well respected in the Pacific Basin, and they just took an average demand forecast, and there's lots of them out there, and Ken probably has one. But they asked the question in 2050, where is all that LNG going to come from? And they looked at all the Russian projects, and some of them will never happen, but they assumed they would. Bunch of Mozambique projects, PNG, kind of projects all around the world. And they figured that to get to the demand forecast and given all of that and net of supply offsets from projects that are going away, and with considering the constraints in Australia, they figured that North America needs to produce between 150 and 300 million tons more LNG than the 90 million tons that are currently on slate to be exported today. So when you think about that, you have to ask, okay, one thing is the resource. We've got these basins. Is there enough gas in the basins? That's one part of it. Do we have the ability to build the pipelines to the coastline to get that gas into a ship? And then where on the coastline are we going to put these ports? Because believe it or not, our deep water ports in the United States are relatively full and difficult to build new facilities at. So it's a massive infrastructure question. I think that it has global implications, and it's all cast in the backlight of this idea that we'll be net zero by 2050, and different people's expectations about what that must mean for the industry.
And I'm wearing my chenier socks.
Good for you.
For the occasion.
I don't work there anymore.
Nor do I.
Before we go to think about the global trade, I want to riff a little bit more on the pricing model that you brought up and the Henry Hub pricing, and then I want to connect that to what we see happening globally. So you were instrumental in the development of a pricing model that was developed for exports from the Gulf based upon Henry Hub pricing. So essentially the global market is in some respects competing with domestic supply based upon the supply out of the Gulf of Mexico. Can you tell the audience a little bit about that, how that came about, and where you see that going from here in terms of global supplies in the future?
So a brief history of the world is, global LNG prices traditionally were indexed against oil prices with the idea that LNG was a substitute for oil in the power generation market. And so if only you'd buy my LNG, I'll give you a discount against what it would have cost you to generate with oil. And so you see percentages of the oil price as a common indexation mechanism. There's 6 MMBTUs in a barrel, so 1/6 is 16%. That would be oil price parity. And you've seen indexation levels ranging from just above 16% to 10% to somewhere in between. And even today, for short-term cargoes, given the supply constraints in the market, people will still quote prices at like 23, 25% of oil price. When we developed the Sabine Pass model, the kinds of companies we were competing against were the Exxons of the world and the Chevrons of the world, and I was pretty convinced there was no way that Cheniere could compete against those businesses on their own terms, and we also didn't possess the financial capacity to buy Henry Hub price gas and sell it on the basis of an oil price. There was no way to wear that indexation difference. And so we went to what is in substance a cost plus model. We made the assumption we can buy gas at Henry Hub. We marked that up several times, so partly for the fuel use in the plant, that's where the 115% comes from, and partly with a fixed fee that in our day was a lot larger than it is today, right, Steve? And price competitions occurred to drive that down. But that's the basic model, is that our buyers load LNG for the Henry Hub price plus 15% plus $3, $2.50, some kind of fixed fee. And with that, they get what's called a freight on board bargain. They can take that cargo anywhere they want to in the world, which itself was unusual at the time. Traditionally, in these tramline models, there was restrictions on where LNG could go, and the seller actually controlled if the buyer wanted to divert the cargo, so we flipped that, gave the buyer all rights if they wanted to. And then we worked in some other measures to try to facilitate liquidity in the industry, including mark-to-market damages on failure to load or failure to take. So it was all designed to create bells and whistles that did a few things. One, differentiate ourselves from the Pacific Basin. And two, we had this kind of eye out on future liquidity and tried to do things that would create liquidity in the LNG industry. Cheniere at the time was a very small company, was probably facing financial difficulties, I would say, and was a public company. And so the day we signed our first contract with BG Group, that got pushed onto the SEC website, and I don't know how many downloads there were that day, but there must have been a lot.
I was one of them.
Yeah, because now that is the dominant contract model throughout North America.
Giving away all of our work for free.
I paid a lot for it.
But none of these people did.
That's true. In any event, that commercial model is what's replicated across the North American space. And when we first started selling LNG from Sabine Pass, the idea was that we can mix in some Henry Hub price into a global portfolio of oil price, and that combination ideally would result in kind of a reduction in variance due to the non-correlation between the two indices. But as the US market has grown, we're now seeing Henry Hub priced LNG becoming a very significant fraction of the supply mix into these countries, where your buyers are substantially utilities that basically pay a price for gas and then pass that through to their rate base. But the utility commissioners in those countries is used to an oil price type indexation. And so I think the big question facing the industry today is, how do you grow the market, get off of Henry Hub price indexation in order to relieve these utility buyers from some of the indexation risks that we decided as Cheniere we couldn't take, but we've just pushed it downstream onto these utility buyers in other countries.
I was
going to ask you a follow-up, so yeah, absolutely.
I was on the flip side of that coin.
Do I get to speak eventually?
I was marketing Gladstone when Cheniere came into the market, and to put it politely, we're very frustrating. But it was predominantly because from an Asian context, every other project around the world was an integrated E&P play, and it was an upstream to downstream push, regardless of market, of risk, of price, of all of it. And I think the two really unique and differentiating factors that changed the market, for all of time, to be honest, was really the flexibility. You spoke about that, not only about the cargo cancellations, but tying into liquid gas markets. There's no one else around the world that can do this. The United States has a huge advantage, and that really needs to be leveraged. The ability to pass that flexibility onto your customers, but equally the transparency. Customers were so frustrated with this opaque nature of, I'm not showing you anything beyond the vessel as I unload the product at whatever port I'd tell you have to take it in for 20 years. But telling them that, we'll break down the price, we'll give you the flexibility, we'll work transparently with you about ebbs and flows of markets, etc. And I think that has enabled not only the growth of the US LNG market, but this continued hunger and drive within Asian markets, which, to be fair, are the biggest demand center and will be for the remainder of time, to really seek that further diversification and that further evolution of that product. So to your point, people are seeking out geographical diversification, indexation diversification, and the US can continue to do that through different channels as well. I mean, we have got the first ever Waha index contracts for our project, right? And it's leveraging this really brilliant model that Davis came up with and just evolving a little to say, how do we better link it to the Permian? How do we make it even more affordable? It's like $1 cheaper than Henry Hub on average over 20 years, and continue to pass that on in a very transparent way to the market so that you can continue to build this more of a collaborative mentality with your customers versus a forcing function that we had in days gone by.
Thank you. That's really interesting context and follow-up, and it'll be very interesting to see how pricing evolves. I mean, I remember at a conference, Stephen, you were there. This is probably close to 20 years ago, and one of the questions that was asked during a roundtable was, when are we going to have a global LNG price? You know, as if it were around the corner. Like, we ain't there yet, right? So it'll be interesting to see how things continue to evolve. Moving on from sort of the pricing methodology to some more of the global supply questions, Stephen, last but not least, he hasn't asked me to plug this, but I know that he has recently published a really interesting article on European supply and the issues associated with meeting demand in Europe. And for those of you that have not read it, I encourage you to look it up. But among the things you write on are global supplies of LNG and the role of LNG in Europe, and in particular, Europe's energy security, which is a matter of kind of critical importance, particularly now. How do you see, Stephen, LNG today shaping the landscape of energy security in Europe, and what are the key challenges and opportunities going forward?
Well, it's fascinating because it plugs in exactly into what both Sarah and Davis were saying. And I see my colleague and co-author, in fact, the lead author, Gabe Collins in back, who did an awful lot of yeoman's work on this. Long and short, everyone knows the story, of course, of the Russian invasion, the loss of Russian gas, almost 200 BCM a year were lost of gas, about 25 BCM a year were made up in some odd ways, conservation, deindustrialization, some bits and pieces here and there. And then a lot of LNG raced to the rescue thanks to very flexible contracts and innovative people who really made strong efforts to get LNG to Europe and keep it afloat through the winter of 2022, frankly, and through the rest of that year, and fill the storage, and that really was a global effort. And then some funny things happened, or didn't happen. And because I am an ex-lawyer, I still believe in demonstrative evidence, so I brought one slide. Kevin, would you put up the LNG slide? Let's see. Nope, the other one. Brought two. I'm only going to use one. Yes. Thank you, sir. Okay, so if you can see it up there, yeah. So Europe had a gap of about, still has a gap of, you see the 200 BCM, but Europe has only filled about 50, give or take, of that, 50 to 75 of that with long-term contracts. That's gas and LNG. I'm sorry, that's LNG only here. And so they still have, and they're making, despite some well-publicized LNG SPAs, including with people undoubtedly in this room and on the call, some of them in the last week, 2 weeks, and month. Nonetheless, the numbers of that gap, what we used to call a donut hole, and what we're sometimes in the article referred to as the gas Grand Canyon, because it's just so large, their goal is to now just fill it with spot market purchases, one-offs. And in Vancouver 3 months ago, at an LNG conference there, leading LNG buyers from Europe, the largest LNG companies, I won't name them here, but you know who they all are, were on the dais, and they said, markets have worked. Those would be largely what you did. Markets have worked. Cargoes swung here when we needed them. We can always buy them when we need them. Someday we're going to have enough renewables. Someday we're going to have hydrogen. Germany says 2035, so we're talking about a gap of 10 years, 12 years. Someday we're going to have all that. So since markets work in the meantime, we don't need to sign long-term contracts. We will simply, and this is an exact quote from the CEO of the largest European energy company, we will outbid the world.
I think that's rational.
We will outbid the world, and that's what brings it into your world, because Asia is going to have something to say about that, right? So, and not just that Asia wants cargoes too, but Asia has a right to think, well, you know, in 2022, we actually pushed some cargoes your way. We allowed some cargoes to be diverted. You know, we understood from the US, from others, from Britain, you know, the hue and cry, we have to help democracies against a bullying neighbor, and someday it might be our turn and we call for help. Okay, fine. So, you know, now, you know, that's situation has hopefully sort of more, you know, stable, and they're looking forward to getting their cargoes back, more or less, not to put too fine of a point on it. And they're willing to pay for their cargoes. And it's interesting, we can see the effect of this decision to outbid the world in your home country just a month ago, when I would say almost nothing happened. There were discussions of a strike at 3 of Australia's 10 LNG plants. None of those plants deliver LNG to Europe. Nonetheless, the mere discussion of them sent intraday TTF prices, gas prices at Europe's hub, up 40%. Settled down a little bit after that, but it kept bouncing up higher and higher, merely on the discussion of the possibility of a labor strike at plants literally halfway around the world that didn't supply it anyway. Interestingly, JKM prices, that is spot prices or marker price in Asia, you would think, well, I guess if the European prices are spiking like that, Asian prices, where these cargoes are supposed to go, well, surely those are going to be going through the roof. No. No. They went up a little bit, but not nearly as much. Why? Well, probably, and I'm not a price guy, but probably because Japan, Korea have 90 to 95% of their demand are locked in long term. So they don't have to invest a ton of money to fill that 5 or 10% hole if the plants go down. Europe's got that. So at any rate, that's enough about this, but Gabe and I published on this. We've examined 3 major possible reasons why Europe has made this decision. One of them being the clean dream, one of them being the clean end to the war, we'll just rehook up the pipelines, and one of them being the we'll outbid the world. We don't want to pay for capacity twice. And you can certainly read those. We're going to be talking about those in much greater detail tomorrow during the LNG roundtable for Energy Forum members and guests. And thank you all.
I'd like to ask one quick follow-up to borrow from, you know, Alan Greenspan. You know, is the decision by the European, you know, LNG executives, you know, based upon irrational exuberance about where they think the price is going to be and their ability to meet the price, or is it being driven by regulatory and policy pushes by those governments? You know, we've seen instances in the past of contracts being canceled because of concerns about carbon footprint associated with the LNG and so forth.
Well, I can't speak for them. We examine several plausible scenarios, and in addition, I will say, for the rationales, for the reasons, and in addition, I will say, it's popularly cited, we have lots of storage. This winter is going to be fine, just like last winter was fine. In fact, when European storage is 100% full, it's only 2 months storage. So it really is very heavily weather dependent. And they say the world is flush with supply. And that's more or less true at the moment for this year and probably next year, but they're making decisions that go out 10, 12, 15 years. And we also note in another paper that not everyone's making the same decisions, that in the 6-month run-up to the war, one country signed 91% of all the world's long-term contracts. China. And 3/4 of those were American LNG. And it continues to do so. And one possible outcome of all this, if Europe continues to decide they're just going to rely upon unsecured spot cargoes, is that when times get tough, if either the weather gets bad or there's a supply interruption or they have an adversary they didn't expect, that they'll end up buying American cargoes from China.
And also, as you go forward, spot cargoes do not represent new supply.
And that goes to your point that we're going to need 100 MTPA to 300 MTPA, was that it? And if you're just buying spot, you're eventually going to price it up without bringing the financing that long-term contracts bring.
Well, somebody is going to end up having to pay a fixed fee in order to construct the facilities. So whether it's the spot buyer or the underlying long-term contract holder, that fixed fee was underwritten by somebody. But in terms of this policy question,
it's already built.
In terms of this policy question, I think that the regulatory analysis, there's a European regulator too, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that the question, I think that 50 BCM gap is about 10% of European demand, right?
It's about 100 BCM gap, but yeah.
Okay, so 20%. And the question is, what is the price dynamics for that 20%, and how does that affect the price dynamics on whole? And to me, I get your point. I think that there's this funny question
for you.
Do you really think you're not going to buy LNG after 2035? But if there's a political push that says we're not going to buy LNG after 2035, then I don't know what the regulator or the companies do. That seems to put them in a bind.
So the decision, and Gabe just did great work with this, we're just going through the Excel spreadsheets just earlier today. Between the war and the first 16 months after the war, the decision not to have signed US contracts and to have bought spot cost European customers over $100 billion. You could say, they were caught by surprise. Maybe yes, maybe no. Gazprom was cutting back significantly a full year, almost a full year, early 2021.
But you made,
another
point that I want to make sure you make, because I think it was more interesting.
So the futures market, even if you said, okay, shame on me, I should have known, or shame on them, I should have known, but I didn't, how could I have really known? Okay, fine. But if you look at the futures market today, the gap between long-term contracts from North America, at least, with liquefaction fee built in and transportation and regas compared to TTF is still considerable. Going, you can look at forward curves 24, 25, it starts to get mushy beyond that. So.
But I think when you look out that far, the liquidity is not really there. And I think one
beyond
of the
2 or 3 years, yeah.
Yeah, and one of the common misconceptions here is that spot pricing directly correlates with long-term pricing, and it just does not. They're two almost different markets. They operate differently and they're priced very differently. And this short-sightedness, frankly, that Europe has applied, it's a heavily regulated market, it's a highly politicized market, but it's a heavily integrated market, is that they'll be able to get their hands on whatever they need at any given point in time at a price that they can afford, or more importantly, someone's willing to let go of. And I think what we've actually seen here is the markets bifurcate again. There's been less interbasin connectivity as Asia has started to retract and look after its own baseline supplies. Yes. All of the contracting has come out of Asia. Maybe not all, but look, for the vast majority of contracting has been Asia, because Asia, to Davis's point, doesn't have indigenous resources to rely on. And so these are governments, not companies, governments making these decisions to protect their own baseline supply. And Europe, on the other hand, with this really interconnected market, running on short-term political agendas that don't enable them to position their countries for longer-term stability and supply. So I think it's fascinating, but it's very short-sighted.
So if I could make Steve's point for him that he failed to make, I think that your analysis...
This is what keeps the crowd coming back for more, Davis and Stephen. Keep it up.
I think that your analysis assumes that the purchase price by a European company from a U.S. market ends up being the sales price in Europe. But I thought that your analysis showed that the buyers from the United States mark up the LNG to whatever the European price is before they sell it into Europe. and that the largest importers from the United States to Europe are European companies themselves that keep that marginal profit. Was that incorrect? I remember 100-ish billion, a big number in there.
So I'm not.
But you understand my point.
I'm
so
not.
It's Sarah. That somebody signs up for a long-term contract.
The question of who
US
captures
facility.
the ARB is a different question from where is the more efficient purchase?
It's fair enough, but I think the dynamic is the question is when you ask, should the European market lengthen its contract exposure? The question is, from a price dynamic point of view, how does that LNG end up being priced into that market?
I would say not merely lengthen. It's lengthen at a different index.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that I think there's an intermediation between the price that the purchaser that imports into Europe pays and what they charge to sell into Europe. There's a difference that happens there, and the long-term capacity holders are the ones who capture that.
Non-U.S. exporters from the U.S. That's what you're asking.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But
for the most part, the couple
but I'm saying
exceptions to that, one of which is in arbitration.
Unless the Federal Republic of Germany becomes a customer at Sabine Pass, so long as it's Total,
right.
There's somebody who's actually
correct. But they're also Asian.
They're
also. I mean, they're Indian companies and.
But to the question of whether there should be more length in that market, I don't know that it changes the marginal price of gas into that market.
Y'all are making my electricity market seem easy.
As we come into the home stretch, I do want to actually bring it back home eventually. But before we do, I want to kind of continue our tour around the world of
Kevin,
natural
you can
gas
kill
markets.
the slide. Thank you.
If you were sitting in these seats about 2 or 3 years ago, you would have heard a discussion about LNG markets, and you would have seen the world or heard the speakers describe the world in terms of marketing as sort of OECD and non-OECD states. So what's happened in Europe is really fascinating, and Stephen has done a lot of thinking about critical issues associated with what's kind of an emergency situation in Europe right now. But what has been an issue of great importance to those of us in the industry has been, as Dave has touched on, the role that LNG can play in alleviating energy poverty. And some could say that Europe, in fact, does have a form of that. Or they may soon now, but really what we're talking about is places like Asia and so forth. So I'd like to kind of bring the discussion along to away from Europe and to the rest of the world. And Stephen, you've certainly done a lot of thinking about Europe, but elsewhere. And I was wondering if you could just expand upon your initial comments and see what role you see playing LNG in the global mix, in addition to what's happening in Europe.
Sure. In the global mix, well, I think in Asia, as Sarah said, in Asia, you're going to continue to see liquid fuels, imported fuels, be necessary. Not only LNG, but also hydrogen, ammonia, because the energy density per acre for solar is just so low, and land use is such a vital issue. Rice is such a national identity crop that the possibility of large-scale renewables replacing liquid fuels is probably going to be a real stretch in Asia. So I think LNG will just continue to be a key factor. It always has been since 1969, and I just think it'll continue to grow. I agree with Sarah. Asia's going to start looking after its own more and more. Tom, you opened by saying, you started in your career and it was a point-to-point trade, and then it's become more of almost a secondary market, almost a liquid market, which was sort of what we saw right after the invasion of Ukraine, became a very secondary market. And I see it going into a block regional market. It's going to be Europe as a buyer. It's going 27 countries. It's going to be Asia as a competing block, North America as a supplier block, probably aligned closely with Qatar. We've given them a security guarantee, so that's probably going to be where that is. And then, you know, I think everybody else grabs life jackets where they can, and I think that's a problem. You look at Pakistan, priced out of the market, subject to one cargo today. Thank you very much, whoever sent that to me. Oh, I know who that was, Jen Petrie, if she's here. There you are, thank you, Jen. Pakistan, after announcing that they couldn't afford LNG anymore, they're going back to coal. They did buy one cargo, but still a significant problem. Bangladesh, same thing, back to coal. So you know, the climate side of this lack of supply, lack of investment in building new supply, relying on spot, pricing it up, balkanization, and finally the carbon tariffs and border adjustments that we're beginning to see are just going to balkanize those carbon clubs even further, I predict.
And Sarah, how does that comport with your views, and in particular the role of Australia in supplying?
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I think, you know, Asia represents 70% of global demand today, even with everything going on in Europe, and will move to be 75 to 80% over the next decade. And you touched on the supply blocks. You know, the US and Qatar, they will absolutely be the two front runners, but they really create huge opportunity in that the US has an opportunity today to position itself to become one of the biggest swing producers in the world, swinging very low cost gas, and through a lot of innovation and even some of the CO2 content, low carbon emission gas, to hit not only the two big issues in Asia, which are reliability and affordability that you touched on, but equally energy poverty. Of the 3 billion people in energy poverty, 2 billion are in Asia. And the energy transition, you think about things that are going to really move the needle, it's Asia. You know, the industrialization, it's all happened in Europe. So in my mind, you look at the two things and see phenomenal opportunity that sits in our backyard here in Texas today to then start to solve some of these really big, pertinent global issues. And if you turn to other producers, I mean, Australia, it's not going to be able to compete from a cost perspective. Australia doesn't have a gas supply issue. Australia's got a gas policy issue. There is an abundance of gas, but it's expensive to produce, labor is expensive, it's becoming higher risk. And it's very difficult to get that gas out of the ground from, you know, that whole NIMBY type construct of not in my backyard. So I think there's a great opportunity that continues to sit with Australia, but they've got bigger issues to solve to continue to play that really key role. But I think one thing that has been really interesting for us, when we look at the utilization, and again, if we think about Permian gas and Texas, the Permian as an outlet into these Asian markets to solve these key issues that market is facing, will end up resulting in Canada. You know, we're a big champion of Davis and his project. There's room for so many projects. Canada will bring solutions to the table. Mexico is positioned to become the 4th largest LNG producer in the world, but only because of US natural gas. So there's so many issues, but so much of the opportunity sits here within Texas and within the US for us to really seize.
Thanks to you.
You may have NIMBY problems in Australia, but in the US we have banana problems. Do you know what bananas are? Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything.
Yeah.
So, I'd like to bring us back home, and we have a number of questions from the audience. We would have a chance to get to all of them, but the first one that came to me is very consistent with what I've been thinking as this conversation has gone on, which is Texas is producing natural gas that is supplying the world. Texas is also has its own domestic needs, and indeed the United States has its own domestic needs. Sarah, you made a point that this is the question from the audience. You made a point that governments are taking steps to ensure long-term supply of gas. Can the commissioner comment on what Texas is doing to ensure long-term satisfaction of energy electricity requirements?
Praying. We, since the Public Utility Commission doesn't have any authority over intrastate natural gas, clearly we've been relying on our friends at the Railroad Commission to see how we can make those policies work together. I think it's fair to say that we are still concerned about it because of the high degree of need of natural gas for electricity.
The challenge that we find is a lot of the pipeline companies, we are just a small player on the amount of gas that they're shipping. So we're 5 or 6% of the gas that they're shipping. So to give us some sort of protection or some sort of a deal, it's not in their own financial interest or their shareholders' financial interest to do so. So that leaves us in this position where we are trying to ensure that facilities are weatherized. Both the Railroad Commission does the pipelines and we do the power facilities, and make sure that when there is a challenge, that there is enough gas or enough other resource, and that includes having on-site backup fuel that we all the consumers of Texas pay for, which could be diesel or oil. For those facilities that are dual fuel. So you can take the pressure off a higher priced gas or a basin that's not producing during a cold winter challenge, and we can still meet the electric need. And that's, we're only in year 2 of trying to understand this. And I think that we have a ways to go. Not that we have a ways to go because there'll be a problem, but we have a ways to go to understand how these two industries are can work together. I don't think they're very compatible with each other at this point in time. They're getting better, but we still have a ways to go. And I think each side says to the other side, well, you have to come my way. Yeah. And we're not, that doesn't get us very far. But the fact is, in the electric business, it's a very high value product, obviously, as we continue electrification. But it's a small amount in the pipeline system and in the production system. So as that continues to feed the world, our ability to ask for more probably gets watered down even more and more. And the one thing, we are being asked quite a bit to help electrify the Permian Basin. So to, instead of using diesel facilities out there, to run electric transmission lines. And maybe there's some give and take there where that will help lower costs, that will help ESG goals for those companies that are producing. But maybe there's a give and take that we can say, well, if we do, can you do? But we're not there yet by any means.
We have a lot more questions. We have time for about one more question, which I have here. Oh, I'm sorry, can you hear me now? We have time for one more question, which I think is actually, somebody wrote the perfect follow-up question, not knowing that they had. And they said, and I think this is one directed to you, Commissioner, but I think this goes to more as well as the other panelists on European policy. Can the Commissioner speak on the PUC experience with spot market prices rising during extreme weather events, and is that a warning to Europe, who has Stephen has stated that they are they're also kind of living on a wing and a prayer in terms of what their supply looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, I want to say that we can see spot market prices in the ERCOT electricity market go up, and it won't necessarily affect consumer prices. About 85% of the energy in the day-ahead market, or in the electric market, is cleared in the day-ahead market at a lower price than the spot market. So the spot market price can go up to $5,000, and it's a very small portion. And quite frankly, it's a small portion spread around to a lot of different players. So it's not something that when you see the papers report prices went to 5,000, we should expect our electric bills to go up. More than likely they won't. That will be normalized over many months of them buying electricity and their hedging costs. So that being said, we're in a supply and demand market, and when supply gets tight and demand is high, the thing that gives is price. And we are in that space. We're for whatever reason, whether it be a natural gas facility going on a forced outage or a solar farm not producing, but price is going to give for a while now.
Thank you. And do any of y'all have any follow-ups to that? Okay, well, we're out of time, and I really do wish we had more time. This has been so interesting, and thank you all. And if the audience give you a hand to our wonderful panelists.
Thank you, Tom, our moderator.
Yeah, thank you.
though. We're championing you guys on
Oh, I
the
appreciate
sidelines.
that. Thank you.
You're a great project.
Nice to meet you. Good job, man. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to actually pull a little bit of a switch here, largely because, unfortunately, tomorrow we received word that Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher is not able to make it because of everything that's going on in D.C. So we're going to actually move Rachel's presentation into that window, that 30-minute window tomorrow. It'll actually fit nicely because the presentation on sustainability actually builds from what Commissioner Kristen Johnson is going to talk about with regard to regulating carbon markets into what Premier Christy Clark is going to talk about in her experience in British Columbia. So we're going to flex Rachel in tomorrow. She's agreed to do that, thankfully. But I also want to take the time to just let everybody know that Lizzie Fletcher will not be here tomorrow, unfortunately, and she sends her regrets. But that's DC. I don't have anything else to say on that front. With that, thank you everybody for being here. It's been a really amazing day, and I look forward to seeing everybody again tomorrow. So we will adjourn.